They cling to ancient misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat earth in its place. Here comes the smackdown.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday Night. It's a special edition on a Sunday, and I have with me in the house, in the house with me is the dog that you heard bark a second ago, but I have in Zoom Phairen. How are you doing, Phairen? You, I don't know. Are you? I think you muted yourself. You'll have to unmute. Hey, where'd he go? Where'd you? I was just talking to him. Anyway, welcome everybody. I was just talking to him a little bit ago, so hopefully he's just off taking a business break. Icy Spin says buses better be running into one another here. Please. So I went to last night I went to a demolition derby. I went to the Elko Speedway and went to they had a bunch of races, but I really just wanted to see the demolition derby, which they put at the very end. So, all right. Where'd you go? He dropped out. I don't know what happened. Anyway, you want to hear something really stupid? Here, I'll play something really stupid.
You've got 14.7 psi at sea level. And the dead of space, or even just close to the moon. Okay, the moon, they said, is 10 to the negative 11 torr. For those of you that want to know what that is in psi, it's a negative 2 billion psi. So you've got 14.7 psi at sea level.
Hold on.
And the dead of space, or even just close
I hit the
to
button
moon,
again. Sorry.
Okay, the moon, they said, is 10 to the negative 11 torr.
It's so dumb. You can hear it again.
Want to know what that is in psi? It's a negative 2 billion psi. So
yes, he thinks that there's such thing as negative psi, and for some reason he thinks that the psi in the moon is negative 2 billion. Okay, Phairen is back. Hello.
Yo.
All right. What happened? Did you disconnect?
I had that thing where you click you minimize the window and you click it again and it doesn't expand again, so I just had to restart.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, so Phairen and I had a talk last Tuesday, I think it was, or Wednesday, and it was a little chaotic because it was on a Discord server. So thought let's have a time here where it's just the two of us, not a mess of other people. So anyway, Phairen, I don't know. What do they need to know about you?
I am a freelance programmer and 3D animator. And I believe that the Earth is not a magical spinning tennis ball in space. And that's about it.
Okay. You do programming, or what programming do you do?
I do video games in the Go.engine using C# and GD script.
Okay. Anyway, so, and you say Earth is flat. So there was some sort of a misunderstanding. I thought that you thought that Earth was not a globe and Earth not flat, but something else. But apparently that's not the case. Maybe you could clarify so that we're working on the same foundation.
Okay, so I'm not exactly well, I don't believe in the globe, but I also don't exactly subscribe to the typical floating disk kind of model, although I would deem it more likely. I'm not particularly convinced of the existence of such thing as a firmament. Firmament. Beyond I believe that there is no corporeal edge to this realm. I believe that beyond the realm of Antarctica, there is, after some amount of ice, there is an endless, limitless planar ocean. That would be my model.
Okay. So what makes you think, I mean, there's a couple different ideas of what's beyond. Why do you think it's just ocean and not other stuff?
Well, because you can see how much of Earth's surface is water. I think it's about 70% approximately of the Earth's surface is liquid water.
If the Earth is a globe, that's correct. But if the Earth is a disk, as you've described, it's a significantly different ratio, right?
Right. Well, still, look on a globe Earth map. Look on a flat Earth map. Most of it's water. I would argue on the flat Earth map, even more is water, proportionally speaking.
Yeah, for sure.
So I would argue that it's our best approximation that it would be water beyond. And also, if there were land masses, then I would assume with almost certainty that we would have heard from some kind of civilization beyond, or some kind of migration of birds beyond. So
okay. All right, now you're aware that I went to Antarctica in December along with Dave McKeegan, who's in the chat here, and we saw the sun circle 24 hours a day, including due south of us while we were there, away from the center. So if the Earth is some sort of has Antarctica as the land perimeter, then the sun would have had to be outside of that perimeter at that moment. But also people at the same time saw the sun when they were in Australia, which is the opposite side, right? If we take this here, right, this is what you described, right? Antarctica is a circle around the outside. So the sun, when we were there, we were down here at the bottom of this particular drawing here, about there. And so we saw the sun off this direction, right, at local midnight. And, but at the same time, at the very same time, the sun was up here over the Indian Ocean near Australia. So that doesn't work for flat Earth, right?
I noticed that you're using a flat Earth map to demonstrate.
Yeah, well, what you described was this, right? When we started, I asked what you thought, and this is what you described. If this is wrong, you could send me what you think is right.
Oh no. I would argue that it's about 50-50 that observation is a legitimate claim. And if it is, I would argue that well, have you heard of gravitational lensing? We talked about this the other week.
Yep.
So when light passes through a gravitational field, it will curve just like a ship attempting to pass through a whirlpool. Its trajectory will curve.
Yeah.
And I believe that can create any number of illusions so as to deceive our eyes. And this is even more explicit near the horizon.
Well, all right. So I've got this book here, No Shadow of a Doubt. Really good book. Read it twice, actually, by Daniel Kinnifick. This is about the 1919 expeditions and several other expeditions to measure the gravitational lensing at the limb of the sun. Which I think when we spoke last time, I got the number wrong. I think the correct amount of deflection at the limb of the sun is 1.75 arc seconds. So that's the amount of gravitational lensing that the sun, the very large mass of the sun, causes on light, which really isn't much. It's enough to measure, but it's not a significant amount. Yet you need a significant mass to do that. So how could gravitational lensing cause the sun, which is here, to appear off this direction on this here? How could that? How does gravitational lensing explain that?
Well, the argument that the sun is the only thing massive enough to noticeably lens up the path of light, or curve the path of light, assumes that the Earth itself is a globe. I mean, if the Earth is a globe, then it's a sphere. It has physical boundaries, and it must be finite. That's
why I didn't say that. I'm asking how here would there be enough gravitational lensing to cause the sun, which is up here, to appear down here? How could that lensing, what kind of mass, and where would it be, and how large,
right,
would it have to be to make that happen?
Well, yes. There you're relying on the more traditional flat Earth model. I've already argued that beyond the prospective ice wall or Antarctica, there would be an endless ocean, and that would be the supply of the mass in this model.
But it's below the flat. So all right, well, let's imagine that this just keeps going here, but the sun is up above the flat, right? And so all of this large amount of mass is here, just goes infinitely far, I guess, or far enough to act as if it's infinite. But the light here wouldn't get affected to be caused to loop around and come from the other side just because there's water here, right? It would cause the sun to slightly bend down the light, causing it to appear slightly higher potentially, because as the light bends down, it comes in at a modified angle, making it look like it's higher. But it wouldn't cause the light to start here and then loop all the way around here just because there's a large amount of mass underneath the plane. Right?
Right. Well, I would argue that water is more dense than most other solid materials. I mean, we have small concentrations of gold and lead and such, but water is a very heavy substance. I mean, if you want to pick up a brick or a large bottle of water, the bottle of water is going to be heavier. I mean, so that would constitute that. I
mean, it does. It's really not. It's immaterial to this, but a brick is heavier. It's denser. It's denser than water. That's why they sink. Bricks sink. Right? They do. Right?
Have you heard of autoclaved aerated concrete?
You didn't say autoclaved aerated concrete. You said brick, and the majority of bricks, majority of bricks that people interact with aren't autoclaved aerated concrete. They're just bricks, and they sink. But
bricks are...
you could whether or not something floats is, I mean, what other than wood floats, for example, right? And you can build a bridge out of wood. But what other than wood floats? Gravy, very small rocks, churches, a duck.
A human being, if you hold your breath in.
Zoomy got it. A duck. Dewey got it. A duck. Yeah, see? But anyway, so none of that, whether it's dense or I mean, you could imagine, let's say the entirety of the ocean is as dense as tungsten or osmium, right? That's still not going to change that this amount of mass this side of the plane won't cause gravitational lensing of a sunlight on this side of the plane to do horizontal curving. It would cause it to do vertical curving potentially. So you'd still, when we were in Antarctica here and the sun's over here, you'd still look north to see it when it's over here. But I looked south to see it, not north.
Right. Well, I would argue that the ocean becomes deeper as you go out. So in the Atlantic Ocean, for example, we can measure the depth of the ocean using sonar, correct?
Yes.
And as you go out, on my model, the ocean becomes deeper until it's infinitely deep. So that would constitute more water towards the edge, which would pull light out towards the edge, which is why you might see the sun appear to be overhead on the other side of the world.
Well, the other problem is then with that idea is you've got an infinite plane of water this way and an infinite plane of water this way and this way and this way, and they cancel each other out laterally because it's right, because you've got the same amount of mass this direction as you have this direction, and so by superposition they cancel. So that still wouldn't do anything to it. But also still remember, the sun is here at that moment, and the light from the sun would start heading this direction toward where we were in Antarctica. And no amount of mass over on these sides would cause it to not just go this direction, right? It wouldn't say, oh, you know what? Let's go this way and come around and then loop back to this direction. That doesn't make sense. That no amount of mass could be as deep as you want. You could make it out of whatever densest material you wanted. It won't change the fact that the light won't be turning horizontally because of a massive amount of material under the plane, you know.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of a guess is all you have in the end, but it doesn't even pass the sniff test.
Well, there's high pressure and low pressure zones, right? And that also applies to water. There's such a thing as thermal expansion, if you know what that is.
Yep.
When the sun passes directly overhead a flat body of water, it will heat the water that is directly underneath it, or any heat source. And as that water thermally expands, it becomes less dense, right? So that lower density would constitute a lack of equivalence in terms of the amount of gravitational lensing exacted on the light path of the sun.
So that area immediately below, so this warmer area here, which I think if you look at historical statistical values, you're not going to find this happening, but let's imagine it did for a second. You're going to have less dense water here, right, where the sun is above it. That's not going to cause the light to bend horizontally in any particular direction because it's going to be equally undense in all directions away from the sun, so it's going to be a net zero change anyway.
Right. Well, the ocean directly beneath the sun, where you are standing on your position in the Antarctica, would be less dense. that means that if we're talking about averages here, that the density would be higher on the direct opposite side of the plane, which would mean that the light would be more inclined to travel towards that higher density location due to gravitational lensing. And that, of course, bounces off the atmosphere and returns to your eyes and gives you the illusion. I believe it could be a very convincing illusion due to the fact that we never really truly know what is outside our sensory input, that the sun is indeed on the other side of the world when indeed it is not. And it's more likely, more or less directly above your head.
Well, it wasn't directly above our head when we were there. It was at maximum 34 degrees elevation. But it's still none of that can be answered with gravitational lensing. Gravitational lensing doesn't change the pattern, doesn't change it very much, and you need so much mass to do that. If there was enough mass to bend light by just 1.75 arc seconds, we would notice it near us on the Earth, and it would probably kill us all, because that's a lot of mass, and there's no place for it to be above flat Earth to cause that to happen, or near flat Earth, right? Wherever it would be, it would demolish us just to get a small amount of deflection from gravitational lensing. I don't think you really grasp that gravitational lensing, while it does definitely exist, is very slight in how much it changes the path of light. You need a lot of mass. Then there's a lot of gravitational attraction toward that mass that you'd feel in other ways than just the light.
Right. Well, I would argue that the gravitational model given to us by mainstream science is not absolute.
Certainly, there's things that could be improved, no doubt. But hopes and dreams don't improve it. You need to actually, do something that shows and makes sense before anyone would take it seriously and say, yeah, hey, let's look into that.
Right, that's correct. I mean, we know that, well, mainstream science has already at least admitted to us in part that gravity, the model of gravity, doesn't interact with mass as opposed to light in a way that we can understand. They've had to invent something known as dark matter to magically just add the extra mass that you would need in order to affect the mass in that way. And that to me seems like a cop-out, and that's really just science admitting that they have no idea how gravity really works.
Well, what that is you've discovered that science has new frontiers that it's always working on. There's always has been, and probably always will be, things that we don't understand. And in every field of science, there are things that we don't understand. In biology, we don't understand a lot of things. In chemistry, there's a lot of things we don't understand. In physics, there's a lot of things we don't understand. So working on some project that we don't understand doesn't mean that the other stuff about it up to that point is necessarily wrong. It's just, there's a frontier of science. That's all that it is. It's nothing. There's no conspiracy to the fact that we don't have a complete understanding of every single field of science. That's just normal. So when we look at distant galaxies and see, well, with the amount of mass that we think we can see in the galaxy, we compute how fast the galaxy would be rotating, and things at different distances from the center would be moving at a certain rate. Oh, well, it looks like they're rotating at a different rate. Why is that? There you go. There's the frontier of science. So is it that we have misunderstood something about how gravity works? Potentially. Could it be that there is something that we cannot see that is affecting it? Potentially. Could it be that we've made mistakes in our computation? Potential. That one is probably not very likely, though. So, but it's Dave McKeegan says dark matter is a cop-out invented by science to explain gravity. Says the guy who just invented infinite oceans to explain the 24-hour sun. So yeah, I mean yeah. Now let me give you an example, Phairen, about something in science that we've put a placeholder in. It happens all the time. So in several decades ago, people were looking at the low, particle physics reactions, and they're looking at, I think, protons and neutrons and decay, and saying, you know what? We have this mass, this energy here. We've got these masses and energies over here on this, before and after this transition, and there's a mismatch. There's some amount of energy or matter on the resultant side that's not matching. It looks like we're missing some amount. Why is that? People scratched their head. They said, well, let's go check again to make sure our measurements are correct. Yep, measurements are correct. Well, let's try harder on the to make sure our computations are right. Oh, they did that, and they got to the end of it, and they're like, you know what? There's still something that isn't quite there. And what is it? Well, we don't know. A bunch of people had different ideas. One person in particular said, hey, maybe there's a particle that we haven't yet discovered that is part of that transition, part of that reaction, and it's part of the energy and mass that is missing. And people said, well, okay, that's a fine hypothesis. He said, well, let's call it, until we have something, let's just call it a neutrino. Okay, that's just the name. It just means little thing. And so let's see if we can find neutrinos. And so I think it was a couple decades before the existence of neutrinos was confirmed. But there you go. Something was missing in that equation, in the computation. They hypothesized something, and for a while they had a placeholder, and then at some point later they confirmed it. Now, there were potentially several other ideas that were kicking around as to what that might have been. Turns out that was the right one. So dark matter is the same thing. Do the math, do this, observations. There's something missing there. Well, what is it? Well, let's put in a placeholder. Let's call it dark matter. That's what it is. And so it's a hypothesis, and it's one of the leading hypotheses for the galactic rotational problem. It doesn't mean anything here on Earth is wrong.
Well, I'm glad that science can at least admit that the mainstream science admits that it doesn't understand its own model here. I mean,
what model? The model of the solar system? Well understood. Very well understood. The model of how mass attracts mass? Very well understood. The model
I would disagree that I would disagree. I would say that the model of the solar system in the heliocentric model is not fully understood, because here's an example. Here's another example that I've independently researched and found out about. Tell me if you know about this. There is a proposed object called Planet 9, right? That object has been searched endlessly, every inch of the sky, and it has never been discovered. However, I believe that this Planet 9 is just another excuse for mainstream science of a lack of understanding in gravity, because they've observed a number of dwarf planets, centaurs, as they call them, objects that cross other orbits, and also a multitude of other so-called trans-Neptunian objects that have extremely eccentric orbits that are biased in one direction. And they don't understand why this is supposedly occurring in the heliocentric model, that someone's obviously come up with these orbits and now they're trying to explain it in retrospect. So they've thrown in a literal, a mythical planet that does not exist in order to explain something that they clearly have realized is a flaw in their system.
I don't think you understand that topic very well.
Well, that's an ad hominem attack, I would say.
No, It's not. You're like, the things that you said were some right and some wrong about it. Like, and you said that you've independently researched it. Did you do this with a telescope?
I have looked into the figures and the hypotheses that mainstream science wants us to believe. That's my research, because obviously I don't believe that any of this is real. So independent research in that regard would be looking into what they want us to believe and realizing that it is flawed and also just wrong and a lie.
So, like, which papers in particular did you examine? Do you have the DOIs for those?
Not to hand, no, but I'm sure you could cross-examine what I've said, and you will indeed find that this is what science wants us to believe. I mean, are you aware of this orbital bias? Or what types of objects are being observed? At least in allegation to at least not obey the general laws that we would see in a solar system as previously reported.
I know that people are wondering if there is another planet, because there is maybe some orbits of other objects that are perturbed in a way. But whatever it is, it doesn't seem like there are large things. Like, some people are like, there's a planet Nibiru. I don't think that's the... I don't think generally people think that's the case, because that's a very large object. So I don't know where you went with that, because it was a little bit, and there's no way to cross-reference what you talked about, because it was a little too vague.
Well, I don't believe it was too vague. I mean, I've referenced the exact types of solar system objects. That would be dwarf planets, centaurs, and numerous trans-Neptunian objects and comets that have been observed to have unnatural perturbations in their orbit that cannot be explained with the model that mainstream science wants us to believe.
Yeah, I don't think you actually read any of these papers.
Well, that's an ad hominem attack. You can accuse me of being ignorant, but I've given you the facts, and it's up to you to cross-examine them.
Seriously, you haven't read these papers.
Have you? Have you read the papers, good sir?
No, I'm not the one making the claim, though. You've said that you looked at these things, and you looked at mainstream science and what they say and all that, but I don't think you've read the papers that you're talking about. That would be necessary to have read.
I have indeed, and you're free to cross-examine them, but it would be
But I need the DOI.
proposition.
I need the DOI link if I'm going to cross-examine them.
Yes, I will provide that to you, and it would be my humble proposition that you do not, in fact, know what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh. All right. Do you know what a DOI link is?
Yes, that would be a link. A good example of where it can be found on the internet is in the sources section of any given Wikipedia page that will link you to the whatever science journal an article has been published in.
That's not a DOI link. Okay. Jeez. Where do we go? So we've got gravitational lensing in amounts that would require probably black hole type quantities of mass in order to bend the sunlight. On a flat plane where you agree that mass attracts mass, which is generally rejected by flat earthers. The reason why they generally reject mass attracting mass is because a large amount of mass will collapse into a ball, because it's the lowest energetic state for that mass. So what is preventing from this very large plane from collapsing into a spherical shape.
Right. Well, I've noticed here that the goalpost has been conveniently moved away from the topic of the blatant flaw in the heliocentric model of the solar system. I've just sent you the paper. You're free to cross-examine using the paper.
All
and yeah, you won't get any goalpost shifting from my end. So,
all right. Evidence for a distant giant planet in the solar system.
That's correct, and it will refer to the respective arguments of aphelion and arguments of perihelion that are being observed to be quote unquote against what we would normally assume.
Well, let's have a look here quick while we're at it. I'll bring it up so that people can look, so we can all view it together. So this is what you read. There you go. And you did the math and determined that there's flaws in it.
No, I would argue that this paper is genuine. However, I'm not claiming to have done the maths because there's no maths to do. I mean, the paper is the thing that's demonstrating what they believe that the maths is. And they've themselves come to the conclusion in this paper that there must be some other object in the solar system that is perturbing these orbits with its own gravity. But that object has never been discovered because I believe that the mainstream scientific body knows that if they put out a location in the sky, a celestial location, if they pinpointed this on the celestial sphere and said that's where it is, amateur astronomers, or at least astronomers with a significant enough telescope that are not corrupt, would be able to look into that portion of the sky and say that that object is not really there, which is why they cannot just invent this Planet 9 and expect everyone to believe it.
All right, well, let's read here. Recent analyses have shown that distant objects within the scattered disk population of the Kuiper Belt exhibit an unexpected clustering in the respective arguments of perihelion. While several hypotheses have been put forward to explain this alignment, to date a theoretical model that can successfully account for the observations remains elusive. In this work, we show that the orbits of distant Kuiper Belt objects cluster not only an argument of perihelion, but also physical space. We demonstrate that the perihelion positions of the orbital planes of the objects are tightly confined, and that such a clustering has a probability of 0.007% to be due to chance, thus requiring a dynamical origin. We find the orbital alignment can be maintained by a distant eccentric planet with mass greater than equal to 10 m underscore. Is that mass of the Earth?
That would be mass of the Earth.
Yeah. Whose orbit lies in approximately the same plane as those of the distant Kuiper Belt objects, whose perihelion is 180 degrees away from the perihelia of the minor bodies. So it looks there. I'm just talking about being in the Lagrange point, essentially, of that planet, right? In addition to accounting for the observed orbital alignment, the existence of such a planet naturally explains the presence of high perihelions, Sedna-like objects, as well as known collection of high semi-major axis objects with inclinations between 60 degrees and 150 degrees, whose origins was previously unclear. Continued analysis should be done. So, all right. All right, we got the document. Let's see. And submitted. All right. So all right. So that's just the abstract. So let's look at Where'd it go? I didn't save it in the spot. Hold on. I got to re-download it. Or see where I downloaded it. Oh yeah, I got it in the right spot. That's fine.
Which PDF document have you chosen, just so I can follow you there?
The 1601.05438 PDF. So okay, so here's the whole paper. We don't have time to go through it right now. It's not super interesting to just review it live, but let's see here. So you read through this whole thing here?
Yes, at least the majority. I mean, obviously there's some extremely high level mathematics here that would just go over our heads, but yes, in great part, yes, I do understand what they're getting at here.
Okay, and so what is the point here that you're saying?
I'm saying that a number of trans-Neptunian objects, such as Sedna, which is a purported dwarf planet, which is alleged to have a very small mass but have an extremely eccentric orbit. We're talking something like a perihelion of a few dozen astronomical units and an aphelion of something like 700 astronomical units, if I remember correctly. Now, they've allegedly discovered a number of objects with similar orbital characteristics, and cannot account for this clustering of orbital angles, so to speak, along with the exaggerated ellipticity, and they're attributing that to the existence of a massive planet, which would have to be either a high mass terrestrial planet or something like a dwarf Neptune, as they call it, which would be the gravitational culprit behind these observations. That's the general gist of the paper.
Okay. And then what? What is this? How does this then fit into your argument?
Right. My argument would be then that they've predicted that. I mean, it's been predicted for many years now that due to this, there must be a ninth planet, so to speak. Though clearly mainstream science cannot agree on the number of planets in the solar system. A ninth planet must be there. However, it has never been observed. Because they know that if they were to say, here is this planet, amateur astronomers would be able to verify that to be false.
What kind of telescope do you think an astronomer would need?
Well, these days, the internet is a powerful thing. Amateur astronomers can log on and book time on extremely powerful telescopes that, with enough time, would be able to, for sure, verify this. I mean, part of what they're asking us to do to find these extremely distant objects is to go book time with these extremely powerful telescopes and try and discover it for ourselves. I mean, it's alleged to be a community effort in itself.
So yeah, I don't think that a planet. What did you say? How many AU away?
A perihelion of something like 70 and aphelion of something like 700. But that's just off the top of my head. But so
I just saw here 200 to 300 AU. And so the thing is, something that, very distant, doesn't have a lot of light on it. So an amateur telescope isn't going to be able to see something that's not very bright. It's tough to see Pluto with an amateur telescope. You need a pretty good telescope to see it.
I personally have observed Pluto with a CPC 1100, which is on the higher end of amateur telescopes. But amateur telescopes, I would argue, are not necessarily the only thing that amateur astronomers have access to nowadays. As I said, they could book time with professional telescopes.
Yep. Okay. So anyway, that's here we go. Yeah, 500 to 1,000 AU. So now where does this then fit into your argument of Earth being flat or of gravitational lensing or whatever it is that you are trying to make?
Well, I'm glad you can grant me this. the reason that this topic was brought up is that I claimed that there were holes in what they wanted to believe in gravity. There's the hole of dark matter where something has been invented, and since another example was required, I gave the purported existence of a mythical planet Nine as something else that's just been invented with no material evidence ever discovered.
Well,
in order to explain the flaws in the gravitational model.
Yeah, well, this paper is the evidence of those things. That's what's a little confusing, because you've said there are these objects that are being perturbed. So the perturbation of these objects is the evidence for that planet, if that's the planet that, if that's what's there. But again, what you've only done here is identify that there are frontiers to science, and that we don't have the fringes of science hashed out. That's the whole point. There's always another question. We always have another question in science. That doesn't mean all the previous things are not correct. If you want to show that some previous thing is incorrect, then you need to show that previous thing is incorrect. Identifying some new frontier of science doesn't mean the foundation is wrong.
Right. Well, I wouldn't be evidence of science. The paper itself is evidence for Planet Nine. That's evidence that something is amiss with the current heliocentric model, and Planet Nine has been baselessly invented to fill that hole.
Not baselessly, with very good basis. This paper is that basis. Right? The whole point of the paper is, hey, look, here's a bunch of evidence for something. And then you say it's baseless. No, it's the opposite of baseless. Right, but again, all you've done is say, look, here's the frontiers of science. Mass still attracts mass. Gravitational lensing, we understand well. It's been over 100 years.
Right. Well, we can all claim that 12 pages of mathematical jargon on paper is evidence, but until it's been materially observed, which it never has in the decades, it's been theorized. It's never been observed. So yes, I don't believe that any empirical evidence other than theory will tell you that Planet Nine exists.
Okay, that's fine. Don't care. How does that mean anything to our very well understood mass attracting mass and our very well understood position of the Earth, Moon, and Sun in three-dimensional space, such that we can predict eclipses centuries out? How do they relate?
Well, I can give you another example. I
don't want another example. Gravity. I want to know how this particular paper maps into, whether or not we have a really good understanding of the three-dimensional position of the Earth, Moon, and Sun in space, so that we can do eclipses, or whatever else you think about the solar system that isn't correct. What part of the solar system that we do understand is incorrect because of the frontiers of science?
Right. Well, the reason that these arguments that I've given came up is because there was incongruence, that we disagreed on whether the infinite ocean theory that I've given, the model, would be able to sufficiently bend light as to cause a notable illusion in the sky without crushing us. And I've given my reasoning as to why that could occur, because just like Einstein, or just like these astronomers in this paper, or just like the astronomers of dark matter, anyone could just make something up.
But when they make something up, they do the work to support it, right? So you've got theoretical science and physical science, or experimental science. So when Einstein said, "Hey, I'm going to hypothesize that mass bends spacetime," and then he went to work, and he took the existing things and built on those existing things and applied them and said, and here's how it works. Here's the actual implications of it.
Implementation.
And here is how we can test that empirically. We could test to see if light stars near the sun are deflected in position. And how could we do that? We could do that during an eclipse when the sun is blocked out. Right? You see how, and he said it will be bent by this amount, 1.75 arc seconds, if I'm remembering correctly. And so he didn't just make it up. He put in the work so to make it testable. So your infinite ocean idea, how could that be tested? How can we take and apply gravitational lensing to see if it will work?
I don't believe that it was tested. Are you aware that the 1919 gravitational lensing experiment did not occur in Albert Einstein's home country of Germany? It occurred in the Soviet Union. And I personally do not consider the Soviet Union to be a reliable source on anything.
It did not happen in the Soviet Union. It happened on the island of Principe, which is off the coast of Africa, and it happened in Brazil. Nowhere near Russia or Soviet Union. Like I said, I maybe you missed this part. I read this book twice.
Did it happen in two places at once? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, two different places. Principe, an island off the coast of Africa, and in Brazil. Two different teams of people went to two different places. I don't know why I said it was in Russia. There were some prior expeditions to try to measure it in Russia. World War I kind of got in the way, as well as weather. They didn't they didn't have any successful measurements prior to 1919, which is after World War I and not in Russia. So, I don't know why. I mean, you kind of hinged your rejection of it on it being in Russia.
Right. Well, these measurements were taken well over 100 years ago. Are they replicable with a? I mean, do you own an amateur telescope? Could you replicate it?
Not only. I mean, I don't. But here's the cool thing. Just a second here. It has been replicated. And yes, it is very important to replicate things. So let's see here. I gotta find my page. I have notes on it. So there it is, Addington. There it is. Okay. I will share this to you so you can see it. And I'll give the link to it so you can look at it later. All right. There you go. Okay. So here we have star deflection measurements. So Einstein's analysis predicting a 1.7 arc second deflection at the limit of the sun. There's a link to Einstein's paper. Here is a scan of one of the plates, and on this picture it's a little hard to see, but here's the different stars here that they found. Of course, this is a JPEG. It's the best I could find was a JPEG. Maybe there's better, but there's all sorts of JPEG artifacts on that one. So that's how you can tell it's a JPEG. So anyway, we've got that. Anyway, so that's 1919. They went multiple times after that. So there's one from 1922. 1923, these different papers. So like they went in 1947 to Brazil, and the paper didn't come out until, oh, Mikey Smith is calling me. Mikey, I'm busy. 1950. So 3 years later for the paper, 1960, 1972. So 1972 was the last time that an expedition was sent to go see and measure the during an eclipse, because by then there had been better ways to do the measurement using radio telescopes. But in 2017, an amateur did exactly what you suggested right here, and he even published it. Donald Bruns. He let's see, there's some pictures, I think. Let me get the the PDF. Here we go. So here is his paper that he wrote. Here's some pictures of his amateur telescope that he did, where he was in, I think he was in Washington State. So there's the telescope that he did. He used a CCD. He used a consumer grade telescope with some electronic controlled motors. Everything can be done by somebody that's sufficiently motivated with a pretty decent budget. You don't need a huge budget. So anyway, really cool methodology he did here to identify. So here's how he found stars, right? Different star identification in the digital images that he took. He was particular enough that when you take a photo through a lens onto a flat plate, that lens distorts the positions of things on that flat plate, and so he used the characteristics of the lens and plate where the photo is taken to clean that up, to actually get the correct amount of repositioning, so that he didn't introduce errors in the position of the stars because of the how the camera works. And he took photos to the left of the sun and the right of the sun to get stars positions away from where the sun is, so there wasn't as much gravitational lensing. So anyway, really cool paper. He did a great job in this one. I highly recommend it. He worked hard. He got a crew of people to take photos at the eclipse last year in 2024. Unfortunately, for most of it, it was clouded out because they preferred Mexico and Texas, where they had a lot of clouds. So, and what did he find? Well, this is his results right here. I think this is his
excuse me. You'll just have to excuse me for one moment, so I can go and relieve my bowels. I'll be back in.
Okay. He's just crapped his pants. Because I got receipts. Anyway, all right, we're gonna be nice. Basil problem. He's being decent guy, so I'm gonna give him that back. Navy Jet Fixer upgraded membership to Buzz Aldrin. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Jimmy Madison 42 says the near perfect predictability of tides by the globe model says flat Earth is horsepucky. It does, and he doesn't reject gravity, so I don't know how that's going to work. Zoomy has a new name, because it's a new day. Says the fact that you can circumnavigate the globe both north and south as well as east to west demolishes his idea of an infinite plane, of course. Astrocate Sapphics says, Phairen, you suggest... Oh, I'll wait for him to come back. The Turtle Move says Phairen is only saying what the world is not. Yeah, a bit of a... Let me just say the opposite, right? Tim Tully... okay, I'll read that when he gets back. G-Cat says, ask, what is your main issue with mass attracts mass? He apparently doesn't reject it. He's trying to use it to employ explain how a way, I don't know, to for gravitational lensing. I don't. Earthly Skeptic says if the Earth was so massive as to cause 180-degree gravitational lensing, we'd be outside the event horizon of the black hole. No? Yeah, we would have to be. Basal problem. I'm going to say first on this one. I'm not going to read that, though. Same with this. Where'd it go? Wait, what is this? Siggy? Oh. Yeah, Basil. I'm not gonna read that. I think it's this one. I think it's that. But I'm not gonna read it. I think that's he's nice. Okay. Siggy, thank you so much. 50 memberships. Oh yeah, let me see. Is this working? There it is. It is. Okay. Here is, all right, you tell me what you think of this sound. Let me see if it's going to work. No, it's not. Hold on. I'm trying something. I wrote something and I want to see if it works. So, where'd it go? Both of them. Okay. And that voice is no good. All right, let's try this one.
Excuse me,
Message from Nick and Toon. Do you have a model we can test your claims against?
So to speak.
All right, hold on.
Back.
Okay, hold on a second. I don't think you could hear that. Let me fix it so you can hear it too. All right, I'm going to play something. You tell me if you hear it after it's done.
Message from Nick and Toon. Do you have a model we can test your claims against?
You hear that?
MCToon, do you have a model we can test our claims against?
That voice is terrible. These are the built-in Mac voices. Yes. So, do you have a model we can test against? Is the question from Jack Fetter.
In terms of a model, what specifically do you mean? Do you mean a simulation or a map or?
Well, it would be here's the distribution of mass, and let's go apply Einstein's field equations to this distribution of mass to see if it works. That'd be what it'd be talking about, to somehow make the light from the sun take a circuitous path toward where we were in Antarctica, and not see the shortest path, only see the rather longer circuitous path.
Right. Well, I would say to that, that would require an immense investment of time, education, and money to travel to all these locations. And I don't believe that
no travel is necessary to build a model.
Well, this model would need to be tested, and in order to do so, I would need to travel to Antarctica. Due to my status,
you wouldn't. No. You would develop the model, which is a conceptual thing. Okay, then you test it, and you test it by doing the computation. Right, the observations have been done, so you can look to see, does it at least match the existing observations? Right, so put together the model, run it through the computations, and then it says, oh yes, we're standing in Antarctica at 80 degrees south latitude. The model does predict that the sunlight would only come from due south instead of north. You don't need to go there for that. You just need to put together your conceptual model for that, and then run it through the test, the math test, right?
Right. Well,
Yeah.
I would say to that, a model cannot just be made up on the fly. I would need to aid the construction of my model, I would need to take my own measurements and build something off of that.
No, you wouldn't.
No model was just made up on the spot and then tested. It has to be at least somewhat based on observations in order to construct your potential explanation for those observations.
Yes, of course. And you don't need to go there. The observations have been done. I can tell you at local solar midnight, the sun was due south. And I can tell you that 6 hours prior and 6 hours later, the sun was due east and due west.
Oh, the sun travels around its central point in that amount of time, so that would line up with the flat Earth model.
Except the direction was all wrong.
Well, I've given my explanation of gravitational lensing. That would
you've given a rough hypothesis, but not enough to test. That's all you've done, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I would need to put a substantial amount of resources into developing a model that would be so precise as to predict this. That is currently beyond my capabilities as a peasant of the United Kingdom, so to speak. So
you don't. What do you need to do that? Just go apply the things that you think would do it, and figure out what would be necessary. Einstein did his work as a full-time employee at the patent office, and then in his spare time, he developed his ideas about relativity. That's how he did it. Nobody gave him any money to do it. He didn't have to go travel anywhere to do it.
Well, Einstein was undoubtedly a member of a university, and therefore he was given the time and the resources in his student career to work these things out. And that doesn't apply to any random Joe like myself. We have other obligations. I do not believe in any case that I would be granted entry to Antarctica due to my status as an independent, unguided by the masses sort of researcher, you know?
You could get there easily. It's just a function of money. That's all it is.
Right there.
Yeah,
There's the financial barrier.
Crowdfund it. Do a grant. Do a grant. Apply for a grant. There's any number
of online following to speak of.
There's any number of ways to do it, but again, you don't need to go to Antarctica to see that the sun does indeed appear to due south. You don't need to go there to do that. I've done that. Thousands of people have done that. What would you do? Let's say you could be there. You could just go there. What would you do when you're there to test your hypothesis?
Well, let's get to the point of how I would actually reach the location first. Now, if I built my own vessel and I sailed there, I would be undoubtedly turned away, if not sunk.
If you built your own vessel.
Yes, hypothetically. So I cannot build my own vessel, and even if I did, I would not be allowed entry.
Why would you build a vessel, and why would you think you would be denied entry?
Because Antarctica is heavily guarded.
Antarctica has exactly 0 guards at all. There's no guarding at all of Antarctica.
And you know this how? I would assume that you arrived into Antarctica on a commercial vessel.
I went there. Yeah, there was no military. There's no guns anywhere.
Right.
There's nothing. And there's no warships patrolling the waters. There's nothing. It is the easiest place to get to of all of the countries and shores along the world. It's the easiest to get there because there's no country that has any budget at all dedicated to protecting its borders. Nobody, right? If you are a vessel nearing Chilean waters, potentially the Chilean Navy might discover you there. But there's no Antarctic Navy to say, oh, look, there's somebody getting close. It doesn't happen because there is nobody there spending money to patrol the waters. You could go there all by yourself, unannounced. The problem is, of course, you would die, and then a bunch of people would go and spend effort and time and money to go and drag your corpse out of there.
Oh, dear. Well,
you would die if you tried to do that because it's cold and desolate, and there's no tea shop on the way there. You're not going to stop for a curry. When you're hungry, you need to bring with you everything that you need. Everything that you need, as if you're going to try to go without any help.
I would argue that that hypothesis is flawed because tea does not in itself provide any of the necessary nutrients to sustain a voyage. But let's say that you yourself did not, you yourself traveled to Antarctica. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, what vessel did you travel to Antarctica on?
On a 757 airplane.
Right. That's a commercial government-controlled vessel. It may be a private company.
No,
it is controlled by the government.
What do you mean government controlled?
Well, who grants this money to Boeing?
Iceland Air paid Boeing for the airplane.
And who gives subsidies to Iceland Air?
It doesn't matter. None of that is material to this discussion.
My point is that you have only ever been able to travel to Antarctica on a commercial vessel. That is, you were not personally aware of your exact position, where you were going, and where you ended up.
I was 100% aware of my position all the time.
Via what means?
The GPS.
And who manufactured that GPS?
Apple.
And does Apple receive government subsidies?
It doesn't matter.
I think it does because the government giving subsidies
the other thing
to a
is,
private company has incentive to control that company.
It's completely immaterial. Because here's a sextant. All right? And this sextant I can use to get my position on the Earth. Right? So when I use this sextant to measure the angles to stars, right, I can get my latitude and longitude, and it gives me the same number as same position as the GPS on my phone, and the same position as the GPS on a independent unit like made by a Bad Elf or somebody like that, or Garmin or Jeppesen. All of those things agree. So it doesn't matter because all the positioning of latitude, longitude predates any of this stuff of some government that was controlling something, right? You can confirm all of that yourself. You give me 3 star angle measurements from a sextant, I can tell you where that person was. And I don't need a phone. But the GPS of the phone gives the same answer. So no amount of government control can affect that.
Well, I wouldn't by any means underestimate the resources that the world government has at its disposal. It's manufactured. The phone was manufactured, and I believe some companies have been given government subsidies, and the government given subsidies has incentive to control that company. Now, a key part of the flat Earth theory is the conspiracy. And the conspiracy element is not to consider any of this.
So your audio is something's going wrong.
Oh, my apologies. I was just reaching for my all-day breakfast sandwich because I haven't eaten in a few hours. But
what's an all-day breakfast sandwich?
It consists of egg, bacon, and sausage in a sandwich. It's essentially a full English, but in convenient packaged sandwich form. It's quite delicious.
Yeah, there's Scottish restaurants in the United States that sell those.
Hmm.
There's a rather large chain in the United States of Scottish restaurants that they specialize in those, especially in the morning. Like, you can't buy them in the evening, but
Right.
yeah. Anyway, so by the very nature that I can use a sextant, or I can manufacture my own device to measure the angle to a star, and then with no government intervention, I can determine my latitude and longitude. And my latitude and longitude that I can do using that particular method, no government involved, matches the number I get on my phone using the GPS on my phone and the GPS on the Bad Elf GPS unit that we brought there. They all agree with each other, all the same latitude, longitude. So it's way beyond the scope of any amount of the government gives subsidies to somebody, so they fake everything. Way beyond that. We don't need the government for that. We can get our position without the government. And it completely agrees with all of the wild conspiracy nutter ideas you have that just because Apple's sometime got some money from the government, therefore they do whatever the hell the government tells them to do. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't follow.
Okay, well.
So I know where I was.
Devices.
I know where I was. I was at 79.5 degrees south latitude. I know I was there.
Right. All of these devices are manufactured by a company. These companies have parent companies. Those parent companies have parent companies themselves. And I believe that in the end, it all goes back to the government. And
did you not hear me? Did you not hear me?
If you're aware
I said I can do all of this without the government, without any companies.
No, I'm trying to disprove why that is the case. I'm trying to prove that it is not the case. Are you aware of the Tree of Life? If you're aware of the Tree of Life, you'll be aware of something called the UCA, the Universal Common Ancestor, that all life is supposedly descended from. Now, in this case, I believe that tree is a sufficient model for this conspiracy, this worldwide conspiracy. There is a universal common ancestor, i.e. the world order, that is the grandparent of all these world governments, which in turn provide subsidies and therefore control all these companies that are manufacturing the numerous devices that you're using to cross-reference your position on the globe. I.e., you are being lied to. The globe Earth is quite frankly, going to come out as the largest scandal of our time. The globe is a myth, and frankly, I believe that while NASA, the ESA, the RSA are creating this myth in order to gain tax breaks, the grants from their respective governments, all agreeing to invent this myth of space, I believe that at the same time it's also a test of who among us is the most easily led. Now, you and your audience,
you're the most easily led. You're the most easily led, Phairen. Obviously, you fell for all this conspiracy nonsense. You have zero evidence for any of it. You just spout this nonsense. You were fooled.
And who fooled me?
Flat earthers looking to make money, and you bought it.
So in that case, would you be looking to debate the mummy and daddy flat earthers in this situation, or me, who is supposedly a poor lost sheep?
I've debated the ones that will debate, and the others they won't. They're scared. Their rice bowl will get upset if they debate me. They know that. So that's why Dave Weiss won't debate me, and why Eric Dubay won't debate me, because they've said things and they continue to say things, and I can just hold them accountable to those things. They don't want to be held accountable to those things. That would take away their income, right? And you don't get income on this, so you don't have that reason to avoid it. You've just been the gullible one that believed them with no evidence, right? I went to Antarctica, saw the 24-hour sun. There's no explanation for it. What you've provided, this infinite, none of that works. It doesn't pass the sniff test. None of it. In order for the sun here, right here, to appear over here, the light would have to go around this direction here somehow. So you'd have to have a line of mass all the way around this perimeter here, causing the light to bend all that way and then curve back up this way, right? So now you have to have so much, you'd have to have more mass here, right? To make that final turn, right? None of this makes sense. Actually, you'd have to have mass on the inside of that turn the whole way. The amount of mass necessary to do that would collapse the entire Earth into a black hole. It just collapse it all in order to turn it that much. It makes no sense at all. And it's gone past you that how ridiculous your hypothesis is. That it's so easy to just look at that and say, no, it wouldn't work at all because of the ramifications for it. Right?
Right.
Okay, good. I'm glad it doesn't work. So you are the, rather innocent victim, but now you're trying to propagate the lie. So maybe don't.
Oh. Well, I don't believe that I have been led astray. As you can see, I've done my own independent research. I consider myself an independent researcher into this subject.
You haven't done any
I've
research,
given you
though.
My own scientific.
Byron, you've not done any
scientific paper that you cannot explain. That's not something that any mainstream flat earther would
reading.
Posit. That's something that I've accomplished by myself.
Phairen,
I'm an independent researcher.
Reading somebody else's paper is not research. The person who wrote that paper did the research. You reading it isn't really research. And
I believe that it is.
That's just a weird religion then. That's not how research works.
Thank you. I'm glad that we can agree that the body of scientific papers is just the Bible and a religion.
No. Your religious belief is I read a paper equals research. That's your religious belief. That's not research.
You clearly hold your own self to those standards. You want to cross-reference the paper, i.e., you believe that the paper holds weight. Now, if I believe it holds weight, that paper in itself is researching reality, then that means that I'm indirectly researching reality, which makes me an independent researcher. Thank you, son.
Hold on a second here. I need to get this out here. Oh my gosh.
Is this all of a sudden a cooking live stream? Is that what's going on here?
No, it's for safety. It's always practice safe face palming. Okay. So the thing is that the paper that you presented doesn't help you at all. It all it does is it confirms that the Earth is a globe and that the solar system exists. That's what your paper confirms. Yeah, basal problem. I'm with you. So
I'm glad that you could admit that.
What? That basal problem is correct?
That you hold scientific papers, i.e. Bible scripture, to the same standard that I do.
No, I don't. I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth. I'll say it again. You have a religious belief that reading a paper equals research. Okay?
Okay. If that's a religion, then what's the deity, my dear friend?
You don't need a deity. It's a belief in something that isn't material.
Well, that would just be a fallacy, not a religion. A religion tends to have a deity at its head, or some kind of divine figure.
Tends to, yes, of course. Oh yeah, Buddhism has no deity. That's interesting. Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's what I meant. They may have a god or they may have some kind of divine figure. The Buddha was purported to have reached enlightenment, which in itself it sort of makes him a deic figure, so to speak. That would be my argument for that.
Oh, earthly skeptic here. This is good. The photon sphere is a radius of 1.5 times the Schwarzschild radius of a black hole, where the light can orbit in a circle, causing 180-degree lensing. If that caused southern sun, we'd see the backs of our own heads. Well, not only that, you'd need a black hole. There's that little pesky problem of a black hole. The other problem is, this is, I don't know. Did you even think about this? So here we're down here, right? Down south of, a little bit south and to the west of the tip of South America there, right? And so the sun in the afternoon would be here. So at local solar noon, the sun was over about the Tropic of Capricorn, and that when it traveled this direction, off more distant. Now, at the same time, we saw the sun going this direction here, going around us the opposite way. So when it's here, for example, and we look there and see it, how does that? Well, the light has to bend and come around. So this black hole, or whatever is causing this light to bend, has to be dynamically moving to constantly cause the bending of the light to be constantly varying, unique for our position and unique for every other position, because in order to get the light for people in Antarctica here to do that, you need an entirely different gravitational lensing configuration to get this observer here to see that, and this observer here to see 24-hour sun, and this observer here. And of course, the people at the actual South Pole see it go in circles all the way around them. But anyway, at some point... Did you
just say turtles all the way down?
I did not say turtles all the way down, but that's definitely what you're going to need. So now when the sun is over here, here's what's crazy. On this circle here. Well, the sun's moving here, goes over Australia, and then it gets to where it's 180 degrees opposite. Just let's say 179 degrees opposite. So the light is taking a weird circuitous path all the way around this way. Then it gets to 180 degrees, and then the moment past 180 degrees, it doesn't go this direction anymore. It now has to go this direction. So whatever black hole was over here causing the lensing this direction has to teleport to this side of the map in order to instantaneously cause the light to travel the other direction in the other circuitous path. This is amazing stuff. Did you think about that these kinds of ramifications?
Well, I have two words for you there, Sonny Jimbo. Gravitational and lensing, as I have previously explained.
I'm sorry, that didn't explain it.
Well, I've already given you my model of gravitational lensing, the ocean becoming deeper, the farther you go out from the geographical center of what would normally be described as the plane.
But I tested that already. It wouldn't work because again, if you've got an infinitely massive ocean, whatever you want, it would not cause the light to laterally bend like that. If the sun is here, why would the oceans here cause the light to take that weird path this direction? It would in fact cause the opposite thing. With all that mass over this direction, it would pull the light this way, and it would never come back around to us here. But also there's mass over here, which cancels the mass over here. Do you not get that? The superposition of mass, right? The equal amount of mass this way as mass this way would cancel each other horizontally.
Right. In conjunction with atmospheric refraction, it would have that effect.
Oh, now you're a Poe.
That is
now
true.
You're just Poeing.
What does that mean, my good sir?
Yes. Quoth the Raven.
You asked me who wrote The Raven.
I did.
And I could not answer, but I know now that it was Edgar Allan Poe.
There you go.
Was a classical author.
There you go. Nevermore.
Do you not believe that the atmosphere is a refracting agent?
It certainly does, and it does not. How does the atmosphere cause horizontal refraction of 180 degrees? Do proceed, Mr. Nevermore.
Well, are you familiar with the term total internal reflection?
Yes. And so there's
that could happen in an atmosphere, in which case it refracts the light in cases that illuminate the entire body, the entire refracting body. So that actually bends light far more than 180 degrees. In fact, it might be even beyond 720 degrees, 1080 degrees, and endlessly. It will illuminate the entire place. So so my argument would be that it's not actually that incredible for the atmosphere to refract the sun such that it will appear on the opposite side of the disk as to where it actually is, in conjunction with gravitational lensing.
Okay, so what are the atmospheric conditions that would cause this to happen? To describe them.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
What are the atmospheric conditions that would be necessary to cause the light to refract in this manner?
Well, we all know that as light passes from one type of medium to another, if that medium varies in temperature or density or something like this, the light will be refracted. Now, globe earthers are the first to claim that the atmosphere is a gradient. And since the atmosphere has a differential in pressure and temperature, that in itself would cause an extreme refraction, such that even a cargo ship on the horizon might appear to be flying. Now, I, for one, know for a fact that cargo ships do not have hover devices. Nonetheless, they appear to float on the horizon. Now, have you ever heard of a Fata Morgana, for example?
So you still have not, you've completely avoided answering. How could the sun be over here, yet appear due to refraction over here? You're talking about horizontal, or this vertical thing. Again, that doesn't help. This is a horizontal refraction that you need to describe. How is this horizontal refraction happening? Remember, sun here needs to appear off this direction, down here. What are the conditions?
I've already given you my model. I've given you an adequate amount of detail on my model.
You gave no detail on this at all so far. Zero. You just said refraction. That's all you've said so far.
Right, that's correct. I would not argue the refraction on its own would be sufficient for this kind of distortion. However, refraction in conjunction with gravitational lensing.
But you didn't one time describe how any amount of refraction would cause a horizontal variance. All you did was say refraction. You didn't say how.
I'm sorry, I'm being accused of a rather diverse range of things in the chat. That's unfortunate. Well, for example, in a snow globe, right? In a snow globe, if you shine a torch from one side of the snow globe to the other, there will be a spot of light on the other side, even though the source of light was coming from the other side of the snow globe. Therefore, it appears to me that an atmospheric gradient would be capable of creating a spot of light, i.e. a lens flare or a glare that would occur on the other side of the atmosphere. Thank you.
So now what you've described, you've now said that the index of refraction of the air inside the dome, which you don't believe in because you think it's infinite plane, but now you've brought out the fourth law of Flurf here and invoked a physical dome where the index of refraction inside the dome is 1.5, the index of refraction outside is about 1.0, and now the sun is outside that dome, is no longer over the Tropic of Capricorn, right? So you've got the dome here, and now the sun is here, no longer over the Tropic of Capricorn, right? And then said it's going through the dome from the 1.0 index of refraction to the 1.5 index of refraction, going across it and then reflecting off of the inside of that to cause a spot of light in Antarctica. Well, we thought of that. We got photographs of the sun every minute with the solar filter, and we looked at the sunspots, and we had other people in different parts of the world take photographs of the sun with their solar filters, and the sunspots were not reflected.
Right. Do you believe the atmosphere to be trustworthy?
Yes.
The atmosphere is known to cause mirages. Is that false?
I do not believe flat earthers to be trustworthy, though.
Well, I can test that I am being sincere in this, so you can trust me. Now, you may accuse me of engaging in logical fallacies or being slightly intellectually dishonest in some arguments, which I would argue that all of us really, we all have a non-zero ego factor. So, excuse me, so some of us would proverbially engage in intellectual dishonesty on occasion, right? So, yes, none of us are 100% trustworthy. However, I believe that for the purposes of this discussion, I am trustworthy to the degree that we can have a genuine discussion, yes.
All right. Well, Eric Burns is an astronomy teacher. He says you are currently failing his astronomy class.
Well, I would argue that that's actually a compliment, because I would argue that the mainstream public education system is designed to weed out the most gullible among us and therefore promote them and eventually let them in on the lie and allow them to spread it.
Yeah, but you don't have any evidence for any of what you're saying here. Let's see. Curious UK Debunk says, you've been indoctrinated into a cult by a cult priest. I understand you are ASD, and so many may understand some social situations. Son, you've been lied to, and you believe in magic.
Oh, no, I see that there's the ad hominem attack of accusing me of having contracted autism spectrum disorder. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. If I were to be autistic, plenty of people are autistic. In fact, you'll find that a great number of leading figures in the scientific community are autistic individuals. Now, that, in my opinion, is just a cheap insult.
Okay. But are you? I mean,
now,
it's a fair question, I think.
Excuse me, I know I said I relieve my bowels, but now my bladder is also begging me. So.
Oh, all right.
I'll return momentarily. Thank you.
All right. Wow, he's kind of gone a little wacky here. Let's see. You tell me if you like this here. I'm trying to work on. I don't think these voices are going to work. I think I'm going to have to use the built-in ones are just not that good. Let's see. How's this?
Message from J.80. Toon, sorry I haven't supported your channel. I am saving money to fix my kitchen. By the way, did you hear what Simon Dan is doing? He's attempting to do a global measurement of the Earth on equinox.
That's okay. These voices are too dumb. I'm not going to use them anymore. I have heard that Simon Dan is doing that. So, just a second here. That was loud. Good thing I'm muted. Icy Spin says we understand enough to stream Zoom calls on YouTube. So yes, all right. So yeah, Simon Dan is doing that. I did measure. I did my own measurements already, and I will just use those same measurements. I'll send them on. On the do you mean the solstice, right? Coming up here in June. The equinoxes are March and September, but yeah. I did all four. Both solstices and both equinoxes. Wild Lee Coyote says, only on the fringes of science are things that are not well understood. The core of science is very well known. Absolutely. Booba Sweat says, homeboy, we discovered Neptune using only math. That's true. You don't need to go there. You don't need to go there. Like, he didn't want to answer that. What would you do if you got there? And he's like, they wouldn't let me go with my own vessel. Of course you could go. You could go. And it just goes into a spiral of nonsense things. I was there. You can go. Anybody can go. It just costs money. And there's nobody patrolling it. He's like, I would get turned away. No, you wouldn't. There's no country has a financial interest in patrolling the border of Antarctica. It's not a very good place to go if you just want to, go poke around a bit. It's there's not a lot there to just go poke around at. But if you want to do research, go do research. He's like, I don't have money, but if I built my own vessel, how would you build? You don't have money to go there. A vessel is more expensive. Jay Donashi. All right. The Equinox. He corrected himself. Nick Yen asked if Phairen has a model we can test claims against. His model is refraction and gravitational lensing. That's the model. Well, the reality is that that is enough to actually test. And we don't need to do a whole lot of testing. And we can just think about it and say, well, there is no known gravitational lensing and no known refraction that can cause this effect to happen. So there we can test it and move on to some other hypothesis. So Nick asked twice, Phairen, do you have a model we can test against? And asked me, do we have a model we can test against? And yes, I do have a model. My model for
returned.
Yes, I got it. My model for seeing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is that the Earth is a globe, the sun is far away, and the Earth is tilted at 23.5 degrees. So when you are on the poles
hey, I'm back.
Yeah, I heard. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's affirmative.
Okay. 3 times I said that I can hear you. I know you're back. So, my model is that the globe is tilted so that at certain times of the year, at the South Pole, you get 24-hour visibility of the sun, and 6 months opposite that, in the North Pole, you get 24-hour visibility of the sun, depending on your position within a certain circle on each pole of the Earth.
Hi, I've come back. I'm returned. Can we continue?
I know you've returned.
I'm back from relieving my bowels. Not my bowels. It was my bladder this time. It was my bladder.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I know you've returned.
What's with the oven mitten? It's kind of amusing. FTFE branded oven mitten. Is that on his merch store? Can I buy that? How much would that cost?
I don't think so, but this one's signed. I don't think. Yeah. Okay.
You've got an FTFE signature.
Yeah. Yep. You know what else I have?
I guess
I have an MCToon signature. What do you think of that?
I'd like one of those. I mean, I would love one of those. Like, know your enemy and all. Keep your enemies close.
My left boot. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, let me read some.
Let
me read
ask you
some.
what's so amusing.
Well, it was just what my left boot said. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can get what my left boot said. Hold on. Oh yeah, I need to put a search in here is what I need. Like, click on. There's some software I've written to interact with my live stream here. So, when was that? 8:58. Oh, yeah, it's the scrape. I think the scraper is behind. 10:58 p.m. What time is it there in jolly old England?
Yeah, Alexis Fox, so I am back.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Here, this one is cool. There are a couple that are actually interesting on these sound here. This one here. Let's see if does this sound good.
Message from the catcher. My TV sound. He fell off the edge of the earth.
See, I don't know. It's not even good. I don't like that.
Are we in an ARG or a creepypasta? Because it sounds like that. That's what that little voice sounds like.
Well, that's a built into the Mac voice, and so I was just trying with the built-in voices first before I go to install a LLM to do some voice generation. So,
right.
Yeah. So let's see. Here's another one.
Message from Zanrov. The telescope is clearly Russian.
You see, it's just unsatisfying.
Message from Zandlov. The telescope is clearly Russian.
There we go. So
that's what I heard.
What I need is I need to get you to do this. That's the solution.
What exactly would be my task?
You would read the super chats.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Thank you.
So, for example, Kingo44 said government subsidized atmosphere. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
Government subsidized atmosphere.
There you go. Perfect. What do you do for a living?
Is that a super chat?
Nope, that's a question from me to you. I write email filtering software.
Goran Anderson with 2 S's. Yes, I am back. Thank you. I have returned from my trip to the excrement zone. Thank you.
I'm so glad to know that you had to avoid your bowels earlier. All right. Jack Better says he's just another conspiracy theorist desperately looking for anything to show they are hiding something, anything to muddy the water. I've drawn a different conclusion myself. Evil Producer 1 says Planet 9, according to what I've read, would be several hundred AU away, much farther away than the trans-Neptunian objects.
What would be your conclusion about me?
I'm going with quothing the Raven. Yeah.
You believe that I've written the Raven, or that I am a Raven, or... Sorry, no, just clarify. I might be
something along those lines. Yeah. Todd's Techtail says, wouldn't all these distant orbiting bodies crash into the infinite ocean? Yeah, how does that paper jive with your infinite ocean? Wouldn't the gravitational lensing that's so powerful that it light bends also pull the trans-Neptunian objects into the oceans?
Well, I have researched this paper independently. I am researching it with the pre-existing opinion that the solar system being studied in this model is fake. So me using the mathematics of a model against itself in order to prove why it's incongruent doesn't necessarily mean that I believe that model in itself. So no, I do not believe that any of the objects in this paper are actually real.
Okay. Astrocade Sathik says, Phairen, what's your favorite bowel movement?
Well, certainly nothing after I've been having whiskey or chili peppers. I mean, that would be my least favorite. But I'd say the most mellow is something where I've been previously consuming something soft like mayonnaise.
Just like a bowl of mayonnaise?
Just because I mean, you'll
just give me more mayonnaise, Mom. Bring the bucket.
Coleslaw and mayonnaise and milk. Dairy products, they're usually known as like the antidote to hotness.
Oh my gosh. Well, I can tell you, Astrocade, I'll give you my answer, my favorite and least favorite. My favorite, I don't mind. Like Indian food, like everything's gone. Like you come back, you know, whenever it happens, like you're empty.
Wow.
You're like, yeah, that's all good. I got nothing left in there.
Well, I would say that's sort of what I call Oppenheimer tier food, if you're trying to create a thermonuclear incident. But
Yep. Now the opposite end of that, which has a similar emptying everything effect, except for the effects. There's a tertiary effects. Buffalo Wild Wings is a restaurant chain in the United States. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I have actually been there. I've been to a number of American restaurants.
All right, so if you get the blazing wings at Buffalo Wild Wings, yeah, that next morning is no fun. It's the pain.
Right.
Yep.
Well, it's even worse when you've been eating something like Domino's pizza, something with a lot of bread, thick crust. You're liable to have a sort of a plumbing blockage or a plumbing issue in general.
Do you have Domino's over there?
Yeah, we have Domino's. We have there's an increasing number of homogeneity in the world when it comes to business. I mean, business is increasingly globalized. So yes, I would argue that severe constipation is more and more of a global issue.
Yeah, you just have to have more Indian food then, right? That solves it.
I suppose it might cancel out, but the balance would be delicate.
Yeah, the nice thing about Indian food versus like with something with lots of bread is you don't have to work it out with a pencil. Right?
Yeah.
Astrocate earlier said, Phairen, you suggest the outside of the known world is an infinite plane. If so, then mathematically speaking, there must be an infinite number of you and Toon doing the same podcast on Flat Earth.
Wait. I thought I was reading the super chats.
Oh, I'm way past. They're in the past. I can't.
Old mate, $799. His back Mayo Mark Sargent. What's going on here?
His back Mayo Mark Sargent?
I'm equally as perplexed as you on this one.
I don't know. That is perplexing. All right. This one's from 517 and it's 653 right now. So it's not on, you can't see it on yours, but I can see it in my control panel here on YouTube. Tim Tully says, Phairen, exactly what evidence do you have for an infinite ocean? BTE, the Earth's surface is 70% water, not the entire globe. I think so. It's just the surface, not the constitution of the Earth. Yeah. So,
I would argue in that sense that the gravitational lensing observed in itself is more or less, I mean, of course you could insert any other model that you could invent, but I personally believe that the existence of this gravitational lensing that we observe causing so-called illusions would be only explained by a much larger mass about our situation on the ground, which would almost certainly, given the composition of the surface of Earth, be an extended ocean.
Okay. I was reading something. I'm sure it was great. Sorry. Yeah, I'm getting lots of messages from people. Some are about you even. So all good though. Don't worry. Wicked Pissa says, if not flat, then what is it? Well, he thinks it's flat. Right? Green Boss has been away for a bit, but some things never change. You're right. Okay, we've got Booba Sweat.
That's an interesting name.
And this comment's a little, I don't know. You tell me what you think. Just because you've never touched a woman doesn't mean they don't exist, Phairen.
Well, that's true because I don't have a girlfriend. I have a boyfriend instead.
Okay.
So that would be my answer.
There you go. Siggy Sigwald says, "Are we sure this isn't Witsit with a voice modulator?" Can you say etherically displaced?
Etherically displaced.
Yeah, it's not That's not Witsit. Thanks, Siggy, though. 50 memberships. I appreciate that. All right, here's Basil Problem. Basil Problem is curious if their opinion is that you're either stupid or a liar. And so is asking which. Nothing. I told Basil Problem. I don't think that was good. So, and Basil Problem even asked it again, but I won't. Judy Bassett has been a member for 4 years. Judy, amazing. Siggy Sigwald says Oprah's back, and then thank you, Oprah. Siggy is Oprah, you see. And then Siggy says for 100 Argentinian reals. Did he just say he had to take a dump and then left the stream? I feel like we've crossed some sort of event horizon.
Well, that in itself is presupposing the existence of a black hole and therefore an event horizon.
Yeah. I guess. Lord Illuminus says, in the beginning there was nothing, then God said let there be light, and there was still nothing, but you could see it. Terry Pratchett. There you go. Mr. Shonk said, what would it take for Phairen to believe the Earth is 100% a globe? Hey, that's a good question.
Well, according to you saying that I'm a liar and a quote unquote Pope, you would already believe that I believe the Earth is round. Is that correct?
I mean, I guess I'm asking if you are poeing. I'm asking the character that is being fronted. Now, if you're not poeing, then I would just be asking you. So either way, the answer can be.
So are you accusing me of having multiple personality disorder?
No, people. There's something called acting. Yeah. And while many actors do have multiple personality disorder, I think it tends to go with the business, I think. I've known enough actors. No, I think that you can certainly act and not actually have multiple personalities.
Right. Well, I've been asked this a lot. I think there's a tendency for people to accuse individual truth seekers of being actors or just playing it all up for a joke. And sometimes I may play into that. I may admit that I'm just crazy or I'm just a liar. But at the end of the day, there have always been dissenters in science, and they've always been accused of being liars or being frauds. And I would argue that it's up to you to believe what you think I am. You're free to come to your conclusions, and I will not argue against that.
Yes.
It's up to you if you want to engage in a discussion or accuse me of being a fraud. That's entirely your call.
Okay. Well, while we're talking about it, there is a poll. The question is, quoth the Raven, and 86% say yes, 13% say no. There you go.
Right. And I would say that the general proclamation that I am a Poe is because they could not possibly believe that a flat earther would defeat you in a debate. Yet I have, because the flat earth is the truth, and I believe that any argument will always circle back to the truth. And therefore, in their minds, that means I must just be a liar. I must be a fraud. And accusations of slander are not necessarily going to be tolerated in the legal sphere, nor in the academic sphere.
All right. Basil Problem asks, are you a genius?
Well, I would agree that either I've been fortunate enough not to have been brainwashed. A lot of flat earthers will make the assertion that they are, in fact, just more intelligent, and that's why they believe the earth is flat. But I wouldn't blame anyone for believing in the great lie, as I call it. It's the same as people from different regions believing in different religions. I mean, we're all indoctrinated to something, you know. I mean, even if you grant the Earth is a globe, we're told from childhood, which is either the indoctrination. If I was told the Earth was flat from childhood, even though that's true, that still counts as indoctrination, in my opinion.
Here's a little nuance on indoctrination, right? So indoctrination is accepting what you're told without questioning it. So when you take physics class in the United States, you take it your final year of high school, and typically, and in the class you are given the kinematic equations, and said as part of that, here are the equations that determine that you can use for these particular kinematic type events. But they do not provide the derivation of them when you're in high school. You are just told, here they are, take them, and now go and test them. Now, when you're in class and you haven't yet done any testing, that is technically, you could say that is indoctrinating, because you're told you're told something and said you need to accept it to move on. And if you take a test without having done any labs on it, then you are just simply confirming that you have successfully accepted without testing. Now, typically in physics class, you have labs where you will actually test things, and so you will do things like you might drop an object and time how long it takes to fall, and then measure how far it was from the ground, and you would then compare that, the actual measured effect, you know, in reality, with the kinematic equations to see if they match, right? And if they match, well, then you've gone past the indoctrination, you've confirmed that they are correct. But you still have not derived them, because that requires calculus. So maybe if you're, depending on what you're studying at university, your second year, third year, you might take a physics class where you explore the derivation of the kinematic equations and to see how they were first computed, right? And so then you've done both. If you do that, then you've both from the hypothetical side and from the empirical side confirmed the kinematic equations. And so no indoctrination there, right? That's not indoctrination. You've confirmed it yourself. So when you say they're just indoctrinated, that means that you're saying that people have done stuff without testing it. And typically in university, there's an awful lot of testing those things. So those people, generally, it's not really appropriate to say that they're just indoctrinated. And I know also part of the reason when flat earthers say that others are indoctrinated, they imply that it's wrong. And so if it's correct indoctrination, fine. I was indoctrinated that 2 + 2 = 4, and it's right. And I've since then confirmed it. So if you think it's wrong, it's incumbent on you to show where it's wrong.
Yeah, and you know what? Everything you've said in the last 5 minutes or so, I happen to 100% agree with. I agree with that wholly and totally.
All right.
However, I also believe that, well, we'll have to go over my origin story. I was in the mainstream public schooling system, and in secondary school. In the UK here, we have primary and secondary school. In that secondary school, I was indoctrinated, and I believe that, yes, you say that indoctrination can turn out to be true, and I agree with you. However, in this case, the indoctrination did not hold up to my own personal observations, which is why I ultimately rejected it and went down a path of the red pill, so to speak, instead of the blue pill.
Okay, so you falsified these things. The things that you were taught. So what did you falsify?
Well, for example, I was told in school, I was told directly by my teacher, and I actually refuted this at the time, that if the planet Earth was 1 inch closer to the sun, we would boil, And if the Earth was 1 inch farther away, then we would all freeze. And I therefore stepped 1 inch closer to the sun, and I did not boil away into vapor. And that was the first stepping stone until I realized that maybe.
You had a teacher that repeated some old wives' tale. So that wasn't part of the official curriculum, though. Right. So what in the actual curriculum did you falsify?
Well, I also learned that something orbiting farther away will necessarily be moving slower. And I wondered to myself, what mechanism makes it move slower?
Okay.
And that was never answered. Nobody could tell me the answer.
Nobody could tell you the answer?
No, not even my physics teacher.
What the mechanism that would cause an orbiting object to orbit at a slower velocity?
Right. I was told that if you were to lift a satellite into higher orbit, it would therefore move slower.
Yeah.
And that doesn't make any sense to me. That would seem to violate the laws of momentum.
Oh, it actually completely matches the laws of momentum. So it's a balance between centrifugal force and centripetal force. And when you're farther away, the centripetal force is lower, and so the centrifugal force also needs to be lower. So you have to have your linear velocity reduced appropriately when you are in a higher orbit. So this can be done, like I said, both mathematically. You can explore that, and you can see that with telescopes. You can see that with the ISS at its orbit, which you can measure its height, and the moon at its orbit, which you can measure its height, as well as other satellites. If you want, you can look at geostationary satellites. Those can be seen with telescopes as well, and you can measure their heights as well. So you can measure all of their distances from the Earth, and you can see and then check their periodicity and see that they match when you do the actual centrifugal and centripetal computations. So it makes great sense.
Right,
so the mainstream science has a really good explanation for it that works when tested empirically and theoretically. They match. So that wasn't falsified. You just saying it doesn't make sense to me isn't a falsification of it.
Right. So can we agree that moving something into a higher point of orbit would not magically slow it down?
Would not magically slow it down? Well, you need
to a higher orbit wouldn't slow it down.
You need to apply forces to move it to a higher orbit.
And if that force is perpendicular, if that force is directly away from the planet, that wouldn't cancel out or reduce its perpendicular velocity. So really, what should have been taught in the curriculum was that satellite would instead assume a more eccentric orbit, rather than magically slowing down for no reason.
I don't know what you're talking about. So in order, if it's in a lower orbit and you're going to move it to a higher orbit, you have to apply force to get it there. You can't just say, snap your fingers and it's there and all of its momentum is the same. You have to change its momentum to get it to a higher orbit.
Right, but if we're talking its specific momentum perpendicular to the direction to the parent body, in that case, that there is no actual force cancelling out any of that. You are applying force in order to move it to the higher orbit, but you're not slowing it down in its orbital velocity. No.
Gosh. So, when did you stop school? So I know how to tailor my communication with you. Like what was the last? Did I take it you did not take physics? Is that correct?
Yes, I did actually.
You took physics. Was that your final year of school?
Yes, that's correct.
When you turned 18, about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then what about math? What math did you take?
I didn't take mathematics. I took physics, geography, and computing, as well as astronomy, which was an optional GCSE, which is a slightly lower level qualification than an A level. But that was more of a side thing.
Okay, but you did take math prior to that, because typically the prerequisite for physics is Algebra 2, at least in the United States. I don't know how it maps there.
Yeah. I mean, everybody has to take mathematics for GCSEs, which is about the age of 16.
Okay. All right. So the formula to compute centrifugal acceleration is pretty simple one. It's a relationship between the linear velocity and the radius. Right. And so there you can use that to get the centrifugal acceleration. So the amount of away from the center force that's being applied within the reference frame of that. The physics purists, they get all pissy if I don't say in the reference frame. They're in the reference frame of the satellite. So there you go, Leslie Rohrer. And then to compute the centripetal acceleration, it's just the law of gravitational attraction, right? So you can look at those two things there, and you can see, then you can determine what the linear velocity needs to be from that. Right. So then, yes, so you now, if you're in a lower orbit, you need to get to if you want to get to a higher orbit, you have to propel yourself. You need to increase your momentum.
Oh yes, I'm fully aware of that. In fact, I've stated that in my debunking of the existence of orbits.
In your debunking of what?
The existence of an orbit, natural or unnatural. I do not believe that they can occur.
But why? I don't want to hear about your beliefs. I want to hear about the actual empirical
because there's
application.
If an object is floating in space, right, I think we can all agree that space has no gravity. If an object in space...
I do not agree with that. No. There's gravity in space.
There's no gravity in space.
There certainly is gravity in space. Well,
if there's gravity in space, then why is everything just floating?
Everything isn't just floating. Things are orbiting. That's where you have a balance between centrifugal and centripetal acceleration. And so within their reference frame, you don't experience gravity. You're in free fall. But that's because there is gravity that's pulling you toward the object. So the ISS experiences about 88% of the gravity that we experience on the ground here because of its distance. And its centrifugal acceleration is that same amount, the opposite direction, and they're balancing. So gravity is there. You have to include gravity. If you just brought yourself outside the Earth and just plopped you there, like stationary in relation to, I think he had his thing left. Oh my gosh. He thinks that just there's no gravity in space. That's where he went. Oh my gosh. Yes, I didn't want to get into Kepler's laws. It's because, I mean, for good reason. So here we are. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that there's gravity in space. So oh my goodness. Okay. I don't know where he is. I'll read a few things here till he comes back. Let me check to see if he sent me a message on Discord. Nothing on Discord. So, okay, we got Earthly Skeptic. My previous super chat, it's only a case of extreme space-time distortion, like just outside of a black hole, that you get 180-degree gravitational lensing. Yes, of course. That's the thing. Like, the amount of begging for things to happen is pretty serious here. Because, like I said, every single observer would need a different configuration of of gravitational lensing to get the observation to match for them. That doesn't work. Kango 44. Jeez. Alyssum says egg-shaped Earth for life. Hopefully it hatches soon. Jokes aside, can't believe we're still talking about Earth-shaped with idiots. Yeah. Kango 44 says, why humor this twat? It's free education. Jack Fetter says, please indicate, including your model, at what point all humans would be spaghettified by the localized gravitational force required for your lensing to occur. And of course, yes, that's just, it's lensing. Whatever I need it to be is what it is. I don't even know what fallacy that is. Let me check my fallacy cards here. It's right at the top. Special pleading. Special pleading. Moving the goalpost to create exceptions where your case is... oh, no, that's not it then. This definition doesn't match, but what I was thinking of. I thought it worked. I thought that was it. I'll finish reading this one, though. So, yeah, it says... moving the goalpost to create exceptions when the claim is shown to be false. I thought it was like appeal to... appeal to something. I don't know. He's using his black hole again, maybe, says Pablo 73. Oh my gosh. All right. I guess I don't. The fallacy I have in mind isn't. I don't know. Oh, his router's resetting itself. Back within 5 minutes. Okay. Kango 44 says government subsidized sextant. Yeah, that was some clutching at straws there. Like the latitude longitude can be independently confirmed. No government needed. No government needed, and it matches what the government subsidized ones provide, so it's correct. So you don't get to cry for government subsidization since it works without the government subsidization cope that he's doing there. Kango 44 says, yeah, a global multi-thousand-year-long conspiracy to hide the shape of the Earth for tax breaks. Of course. Duh. Mr. Shunk says, does Phairen acknowledge that his flat Earth priests lie, especially Dave? I don't know. So far, it sounds like his rejection of orbits it just doesn't make sense to me, bro. That's about it. Basil Problem says, Phairen, hello, FTFE. It's not, I don't know why you, some people have said they think it sounds like FTFE. It's not, but okay. Just like Mallory is Team Skeptic with a voice changer. Fletcher Boyce's tune, show him the Freemason shoe ritual. I'm fresh out of Freemason shoe rituals. Don't even know what it is. Appeal to conjecture. No, it's like, like, I don't know. Oh, he's coming back.
Hello. I've successfully restarted.
What did you have to, what broke?
My router for some reason wanted to reset.
Yeah. We say router. It's always, I know you say router, but it sounds so weird to me still. So anyway, you were under the impression that there's no gravity in space, but there is. So I think that's one of your fundamental problems. Don't even know that there's gravity in space.
Well, if there was gravity in space, then why is everything stationary? I mean, in a gravitational field, things tend to fall. But the Earth is just floating.
Things are not stationary. What is stationary?
Well, everything. I mean,
name one thing. One thing that's stationary.
I don't know, a sharpener, a rubber.
No.
A pencil.
In space, where you think there's no gravity. One thing that's stationary.
Oh, still, well, I would say the Earth, because the Earth is a stationary infinite plane.
No. You are trying to describe what you think are the problems with the globe. And so with the heliocentric model. So within the heliocentric model, what is stationary?
Well, the Earth is purported to be orbiting the sun, right?
Yes, there you go. So not stationary. Okay, so what is stationary? Because you said if there's no gravity in space, then how come things are stationary? I'm asking, which things are you speaking of when you say things are stationary?
Okay, allow me to rephrase that.
Okay.
If there is such gravity in space, and gravity is directly proportional to the basal mass of an object is directly proportional to its mass. Of course, you have to factor in the square of the distance. The mass itself, the sun should possess an immense amount of gravitational pull, right?
Indeed, it does.
So why does our distance from the sun remain constant?
Because we are in orbit around it, where the centrifugal and centripetal accelerations are approximately equal.
Right. Well, I don't believe in the existence of orbits, as we've already established.
No, but remember, you are attempting to point out flaws in the heliocentric model. So when you get to something, you don't say, well, I don't believe in that. No, that's not how you point out a flaw in the heliocentric model. If you think there's a flaw, you need to point it out. So what is the flaw?
Right. Well, in my worldview, things are sort of situated within what I call an existence matrix.
But you went back, you went away from your point. You were on this point saying, if there's gravity in space, why are things stationary? I asked for you to identify which things in space are stationary. Remember, we are talking within your attempt to debunk the heliocentric model. So pivoting to, well, in my model, no, that's not what we're talking about. This is you trying to explain what you think is a flaw with the globe. So back to that. What do you think is wrong?
Well, the other day, if you remember, I gave you my observations of a peak in the Lake District called St. Sunday Crag.
My gosh, no. Listen, stay on topic here. You said, listen, again, I need to write it down so it's on screen with you so you can see it. Just try to remember this. Maybe take notes. You said, if there's gravity in space, why do things stay still? I said, I don't know what things you're talking about. What specific things are you talking about that stay still? You couldn't identify one thing. Then you said, well, if the sun has such mass, then how come it doesn't pull things toward it? I said it does. The Earth is in orbit around it. Centrifugal and centripetal acceleration are in balance with each other. So where is the error in this model? The thing that you are trying to establish is the error. Where is it?
Well, can you explain why Earth has a constant distance to the sun?
It does not have a constant distance to a sun. It's in an elliptical orbit. But the orbit is
purported variance is minimal.
Yep, it's very close. And so and I explained it already. The centripetal and centrifugal accelerations cancel out. They are equal. That's how orbits work.
Well, if they cancel out, then why does our distance from the sun supposedly vary?
Again, do I need to couch every single statement with all these things? Oh my gosh. Okay. Very nearly cancel out. It is part of Kepler's laws of how elliptical orbits work. And the distance varies in the elliptical orbit, as does the velocity. The velocity varies in that elliptical orbit. So when the Earth is nearer the sun, its velocity is higher and its distance is less. Those two vary at the same time, keeping the centrifugal acceleration consistent. Keeping the entire equation consistent because it's closer. So the gravitational pull is also higher. So you put on one side of the equation, you put the centrifugal acceleration, which is relative to velocity and distance. On the other side of the equation, you put the centripetal, which is the law of gravitational attraction. They're equal. All right. That's how this works. And
we established that they're not equal.
When?
Well, if they were equal, then we would orbit in a perfect circle.
No. When it varies, when the distance varies, the speed varies, so that the entire equation continues to work the same. There's no problem with this. People have known this for a long time. You're not the one to walk along and say, oh, I discovered this. No, people know about it. People understand it. People have done all the work on it already. You didn't walk into this from nowhere and point out something that people didn't know for a long time.
Well, this whole thing is based on the belief that gravity exists. I mean, do you believe in the force?
Gravity absolutely, completely exists. No doubt about it.
Do you believe in the force?
You mean Star Wars? No, that's fiction.
Well, I would argue that gravity and the force are kind of synonymous, aren't they? I mean, one's an invisible mover, and the other's an invisible mover. It's space magic. I mean, in the case of gravity, it's quite literally space magic.
Why
don't we feel gravity on Earth?
We do. You feel it right now. Are you sitting in a chair?
No.
Are you standing?
I'm sitting on my bed.
Okay. You feel the gravity on your butt sitting on the bed. That's how you feel gravity. Do you really not know this?
Well, I'm laying on my back.
Why does that? How do you think that made any difference? Do you think that actually was a valid? Like, are you just grasping at straws here?
No, I was just trying to get the full picture of this hypothetical.
People don't care. We don't. Oh my gosh. We don't need to know what you're wearing. We don't need to know if you're laying on your back, if your feet are on the floor, if your feet are on the bed. None of that matters. All right, here is. Let me get this here. So how do we know that gravity exists? Well, you said it's invisible. It doesn't need to be visible to work. We cannot see electromagnetism or magnetism, and it still functions. So an invisible force is completely normal. Everybody that's ever used a magnet knows that. So here's a handful. I think it's 19 different experiments that confirm that gravity exists. So this is the apparatus on one of these experiments. You can see we've got these large masses here and these smaller masses here, and they've got this dashed outline here. So this entire thing here is inside of an evacuated chamber, and these masses on the outside are outside the evacuated chamber. This is so that the evacuated chamber is so that air movement can't interfere with the measurement. So when these masses are put in place, these smaller masses are attracted toward them, and this is able to measure a difference in the torque when the mass is there and when the mass is not there. And I think we spoke about it earlier. All of these things are connected to a common electrical ground. So they are at approximately 0 volts. But if for some reason the ground had a net charge, then everything there would have a net charge, and you would have instead of an attraction, you'd have a resistance. So it would be a pushing away. So you get the opposite direction.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Why is everyone in the live chat speculating on whether I'm wearing socks or not? This isn't a Tarantino movie, guys. Come on.
I don't know. You could just answer, I guess. I wasn't even watching. Are you wearing socks?
No, I'm not.
Okay, neither am I.
Well,
bonus. You know what? I think this is a good time for a poll, people. Are you wearing socks? There it is. Save it for the poll. Save it for the poll. All right. Anyway, so there it is. There's one of the multiple experiments that confirm gravity. So when the variable is changed, the presence of a mass, then there is a torsion on the a torque applied to this. So there you go. That's one of multiple different confirmations of the existence of gravity. So that mass attracts mass, well, which you have agreed with because it's part of your model. Gravitational lensing is part of your model, so you don't get to deny it because it's part of your model already.
Well, you're saying, you're specifically referring to mass attracting mass rather than gravity. I don't believe, you're free to correct me, but in the mainstream scientific model, photons do not have mass. So that would not be a case of mass attracting mass.
Oh dear, you should read a little bit of what Einstein was talking about.
Do photons have mass?
Photons are affected by gravity.
But they do not have mass, so we cannot describe gravity as mass attracting mass.
Oh no, it's the mass energy equivalence. You may be familiar with that formula. It's the one that people know from Einstein. What's the one equation that everybody knows that's from Einstein?
Well, energy equals mass times the square of the speed of light.
There you go. So energy, E, that's on one side of the equation, equals mass times the speed of light squared. So there is an exchange between energy and mass. And so, yes, in that sense, photons have mass. That was actually part of, I think, like a poem that that Eddington wrote in 1919, that photons have mass. And that's through the energy mass formula there. So anyway.
I personally disagree.
Don't care.
Well, if you don't care, then
personally disagreeing isn't evidence. That's just incredulity. I've got a card for that. Hold on. Just a sec. Oh, here, I gotta stop my share. There you go. So we've got, there it is. Here is your card. Personal incredulity. It's a fallacy. It's not evidence. It's not an argument in a conversation like that. I don't believe it. This is about science. So in science, you need evidence for things. So.
Right. Well, I believe that belief is fundamental to this.
Yeah. As soon as you say, "Well, I believe," you've just gone outside of science. Right, and you're talking about a religious position, right? That's what beliefs are, and fine, people have religious positions, but in the shape of the Earth, shouldn't have a religious position about the shape of the Earth. We just go look at it, go measure it, right? Oh, and Astrokate comes in with the full equation, of course. E equals the square root of m squared c squared plus rho squared c squared.
No, c to the power of 4, not c squared. C to the power of 4.
What? Why?
Well, that's what they wrote. E equals the square root of m squared c to the power of 4 plus m squared.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yep. It's in the square root. Yep. Thank you for catching that. It's a little bit of a small letter there, small character on my screen. So yeah, and Leslie wrote it a different way. So where can you get these cards? This is critical thinking cards, and if you just Google your logical fallacy is, you'll get to the website that has these. So anyway.
Well, I think a number of people in the live chat are agreeing with me that photons indeed have no mass.
I don't know. It depends on on how you're interpreting things, of course. But when it comes down to gravitational lensing, yes, they do exhibit mass in that mass energy equivalence. E equals mc squared, or as Leslie wrote, let me get the E squared equals rho c squared plus mc squared squared. Yeah, and for photons, mass equals 0. So the thing is, if when you look at that, mc squared, photons have no mass, but the full equation is what you need because you got its momentum included. So
as I said directly just before the debate, I wanted to clarify that I've prepared a number of proofs that Earth is flat. Now these are condensed into a digestible image format for you. And I'd be happy to look through a few of them if I send them to the Discord.
Are you on a phone or on computer? Oh, if you're laying on your bed, you're on a phone, I imagine, right?
I'm on my laptop.
Oh, well then you can share your screen and you can present them yourself. You want to do that?
Well, I'm not too familiar with Zoom.
It's not hard.
Well, we all have our difficulties in life.
Okay, fine. Send them to me in Discord. I'll do it for you. All right. Is this, oh my goodness. It's just memes. Is that what it is?
Well, I do believe that a sort of meme format is a good way to spread information in a more digestible way.
Oh my gosh. This is, I mean, everybody's going to say Poe. Seriously. But okay, fine. Just be prepared for the Poe accusation. And low quality small memes. Okay, here we go. Hard to read. The only way to get accurate reading on a compass is by holding it flat. Are you serial? Do you actually think that's a thing?
Yeah, well, a compass needle cannot point upwards or downwards. So yes, you have to hold it flat to get an accurate reading.
Do you know how compasses are manufactured?
Yes.
Oh, well, tell me.
Well, it's a very long process to expect me to know every single in and out of compass manufacturing would be absurd. Could you explain to me the whole process of manufacturing a compass?
Yeah, okay. You could have done it, but a compass needle is a magnet, and in the northern hemisphere there is a weight, a little bit of weight put on the south end of that magnet. That's because the magnetic field of the Earth is not horizontal. It is tipped. It's called the magnetic inclination. And I have a dip compass which measures that inclination. It got damaged, unfortunately, on the plane ride to Antarctica, but I did measure.
I'm not surprised. That's awfully convenient, honestly.
But I did measure the dip of the magnetic field while I was in Punta Arenas, and it has the south end down. So, and I measured it in Minneapolis here. It has the north end down. So anyway, so the magnetic field is not horizontal, and it varies as you get closer to either of the magnetic poles in its verticalness, as I personally verified. So the and in this meme here, I don't know, but the one end of it, maybe that's just the indicator for north, but there's a different colored end on it there. So anyway, there's a weight on it because the magnetic field of the Earth is not perfectly horizontal at all. So it's actually this is a confirmation of the Earth being a globe, because in the south the magnetic dip is south end down, and if the Earth were a disk as you propose, then the dip could never be south end down. It would always have to be north end down. It's the geometry of where that oh my gosh, where it would have to be. So okay, you got another meme?
Well, I don't think we're quite done here. I think you're incredibly intelligent, dishonest.
Okay.
If the compass is pointing towards the geomagnetic North Pole, then why doesn't it point directly away from the curve of the Earth?
Directly away from what?
Why doesn't the compass needle pointing north point away from the curve of the Earth? If it can't, a compass cannot point along a curve.
It's an
It points in a straight line.
It's an instantaneous point. So that compass needle is, if you were to draw infinite lines at either end of that needle, then that line would be tangent to the line of the magnetic field at that position.
Right, but a compass needle points in a straight line. So how is that remotely a useful tool on a curved surface?
Because it's tangent at that point. I just said that.
Right. Okay, well, let's grant that that's true. I don't believe it is, but let's grant it.
Okay.
Why is that useful on a curved surface?
Because you can still get your cardinal directions. Of course, you need to understand the declination also varies, and you have to have corrections for that.
Okay, I think that I have the moral victory here, but
I think that you have. No, you don't. In fact, because the magnetic field of the Earth is very well understood, you don't understand it, and bringing up a meme, all it does is show that you don't understand this topic. It's embarrassing for you. You should not embarrass yourself with this. But proceed.
Well, that's an ad hominem attack.
All right, you got another meme?
Yes, as long as I can claim the moral victory, then we won.
Well, you claim what you do. Flatties always take a victory lap after they lose.
Now, here, do you believe that flight paths occur on a globe?
The flight paths between Sydney and Santiago are non-stop flights. Yes, those only work on a globe. They do not work on flat Earth.
Then how do you explain this? I mean, on a globe, this stopover in Dubai would be nonsensical. But on a flat Earth model, this proven flight path that is regularly used between Johannesburg and Perth, Australia, it's almost roughly a straight line. It makes far more sense.
Oh my gosh, that low quality. Hold on. All right, it's not a stopover. It's not a refueling stop. It's a different flight. You get off of the plane, you walk to a different part of the terminal, and then you get on a different plane. All right? But this is very important. There are direct flights. And that's just a flight that you could book, right? A pair of flights that you could book, depending on who you're booking through. So when I flew from Minneapolis to Portland, Oregon, several years ago, I flew through Arizona. I went to Phoenix. Does that mean that Phoenix is in a straight line between Minneapolis and Portland? It does not. It means that I was flying on Delta, and Delta has a hub in Phoenix. It was Northwest Airlines at the time, and they have a hub in Phoenix, and they don't have any direct flights on Northwest between Minneapolis and Portland at the time. Now, maybe some other company did, but my employer booked it for me, and they to save money or whatever, they chose that flight. Or maybe it was the day, because they don't always do direct flights on every single day. So that's what happens there sometimes. Also, the airline that offers these pairs of flights can't offer direct flights between Perth and Johannesburg because of rules between the airline companies, but Qantas can. So let me pull up just a second here. The flight between Johannesburg and Perth does in fact exist. Okay. Am I sharing? I'm not sharing this to you. I'll share it to you. Hold on. Oh. Sorry, here it comes. All right, so Southern Hemisphere flights. Here are the flights that really exist between Southern Hemisphere locations. So from Johannesburg here to Perth is a real flight that exists, SAA 280, 281, and a few others that fly that particular route. So there is a straight path between them. That would be impossible on flat Earth because the distance and the time that it takes is not possible. Okay.
I think we'll just have to agree to disagree.
No, this is a complete demolition of flat Earth. All of these flights are 100% impossible on flat Earth. What you've done is you've completely embraced the first law of Flurf. You thought what you thought was evidence for flat Earth is a destruction of flat Earth.
Well, isn't it rather convenient that none of these flight paths go over the Antarctic?
Has nothing to do with anything at all.
Well, because if the flight path went over the Antarctic, they would see that it is not a roughly circular landmass. Therefore, the flights
are you aware
that
that many people have gone straight across Antarctica?
I'd appreciate an example.
Sure, the Transglobe Expedition. Here you go. They went, I think there's a map on this one. No, not this one. But they followed the, from the coast, they followed the 180 degree meridian to the pole, and then 0 degree meridian from the pole out, I think is the path that they took. But I can get you a...
Okay. But I can see here in this source that you've cited that the circumnavigation was completed using only surface transport.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, even more impressive than on in an airplane.
So how did they cross the ocean?
Oh, I really, you don't understand that? Okay. So they used airplanes or boats. So, all right, here is...
well, if they used airplanes, then it wasn't surface transport.
No, it's surface across Antarctica. So there you go. There's the path they took across Antarctica in 1980. So there you go. So that does not work on the flat Earth at all. This path that people really took. So,
okay.
Search
Do you have any more recent evidence other than something nearly 50 years ago that has not been replicated?
It has been replicated. So there's an entire like organization that tracks different people that have gone across Antarctica. Let me see if I have that handy here. I don't know if I have it super handy right here. No, that's not it. Okay, no, I'm sorry. I don't have that one handy right now, but there have been many people. So when we were in Antarctica, there were, I think, 3 different groups that were doing it at the time. One guy needed to be airlifted out because he was trying to do it solo, and he couldn't really do it solo. And so when we were there were several people that had worked with the people that had done it in Antarctica. So,
right. And your expedition to Antarctica was achieved on a commercial airline. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah.
Well, frankly, that's all I really need to know.
It has nothing to do with anything. But anyway, these flights really do exist. doesn't work on flat Earth.
Well, I mean, we have these individual government-sponsored expeditions across the southern continent of Antarctica.
Has nothing to do with anything.
However,
just because it's
that's
government.
not the case in point.
Yeah, it's not.
You will
Yeah,
not be able to prove any commercial flights that go over Antarctica, because if they were to do so, they would realize that it is not a circular continent.
Okay, well, all right. Guess what? So what was your claim you just made there?
There are no true commercial flights over the Antarctic.
Okay. Uh-oh. Look at that. Oh dear.
Well,
Turns
okay,
out there
look at
is.
this map. This map is actually an awfully convenient map to use as an example, because can you notice that Antarctica is vastly bigger and extends far further south than is on the normal globe map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you want to see?
You see that?
Yeah. Do you want to see that on a non-projection? Yeah, just a second. I mean, I as soon as you said it, I showed that you're wrong.
Have you been on a Virgin Atlantic flight?
No. Does it matter? No, it doesn't.
If you have, you'll know that you can press a button and dim the windows, which wouldn't really be possible if the windows weren't screens. How do you dim glass using an electrical current? It doesn't make any sense.
LCD. Oh my gosh.
You can't dim glass with an electrical current.
Yes, you can. Oh my gosh, you totally can. Oh, God. Oh,
I don't believe that to be possible.
I don't care. That's.
I mean, we can apply Occam's razor in this situation and conclude,
All right, well, let's hold on.
rightfully, that it's far more likely that airplane windows are just screens.
Hold on. Let's go over what is Occam's razor first. What is Occam's razor?
Occam's razor is that the simplest solution is usually the correct one.
That is not Occam's razor.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Occam's razor is when you have two equally valid explanations, the one with the least assumptions is likely to be correct. So, we need two equally valid explanations.
I disagree.
You disagree with Occam's razor being Occam's razor.
I disagree in your definition. What's with the mid? Is that supposed to amuse me, little boy?
Oh my God, what a dick. Oh.
I like the oven mitt because you're trying to shield yourself from the extreme burn that you're going to get.
Oh my gosh. All right, Poe.
This whole debate has been a burn.
What is, oh, look at that. Yeah, transitions lenses are they're not electronic though, are they? Evil Producer 1 or Max. No, so there are actually bathrooms where the whole wall is glass, and when you go in and you lock the door, it makes it opaque. You cannot see through it. So these have been around for quite a while.
Right.
All right, we got Mr. Shonk says, "Bro, trying to sound smart by talking fast." Yeah. We got Steve Ravel says, "What the hell are you doing to me, Toon? My brain hurts and I'm bleeding from the eyes. Please stop now." Caucasian Sensation says, "The village idiot got online access, I see." Yeah. Earthly Skeptic says...
that's an ad hominem. That's an ad hominem attack, little boy.
Correct. Well, it's an insult, but yeah, you can call it that if you want. Let's see, I already read that from Earthly Skeptic.
That insulting is partisan to the scientific method?
No, but Caucasian Sensation is just stating an observation that he's made. So...
I don't believe that insults are in the scientific method.
You're right. They're not. He's not trying to do science. He's not. He's just stating an observation that he's made.
Well, that's correct. Science is not being done here. I mean, the globe
Correct.
is a religion.
Well, we're not doing
is being
science. I have provided evidence for everything. You have not. You've used primarily appeals to incredulity when provided with evidence.
I've given evidence in the form of images and scientific papers.
Yeah, but your scientific paper contradicts flat Earth. So first law of Flurf there. It doesn't work for you. So all right, I'm gonna keep
civilly disagree.
Sure. I'm gonna keep reading here. Astrocate Sathik says the lensing would also cause severe time dilation. That's true. Like if you had enough mass to cause that gravitational lensing, then all the people near it would have an incredible spaghettification and time dilation. Dr. Apocalypse, love that name, says if 3 people stood 200 meters from the South Pole at 120 degrees from each other, even though they could all see and shout to each other, according to Potato Dave's app, they'd be tens of thousands of miles apart. Yes, they would on Potato Dave's app.
Oh. Callie Badger Dude in chat, I do have a right to be smug because correct people, I usually have the right to be smug. I, in this situation, have taken the proverbial red pill, and you are all being led. I believe that you are all being led on. And we, in this day and age, we do not value independent researchers. So I consider it my duty to uphold that standard of being an
you're just a pretentious jerk about this. Anyway, Sarah Jones says, if you Google something twice, is that researched? Clems says, I don't know if I'm being educated or stabbed to death. Yeah. Kango44 says, government subsidized atmosphere. I think we read that already, didn't we?
Not my fault I'm smarter. It's not my fault I'm smarter.
Oh dear, pretentious. Kango44 says, MCToon, please ask him who made his computer and all the other stuff he takes for granted. Is that stuff a conspiracy?
I built my own computer.
No, you didn't. You didn't trace the chip. Right? You bought that chip from Intel, right? Or AMD?
No, that's not correct.
Who manufactured the CPU?
Me.
You did not manufacture the CPU.
See, there we go. You're rejecting me just because you don't feel like agreeing or believing me.
No, I know that you didn't. Oh my gosh. Jack Fetter says,
supposition.
You are not testing or modeling anything. You are brain farting wildly ridiculous ideas that don't pass the basic smell test from your couch. Well, actually, from his bed. Correction. I got your back there.
Did you know I have an IQ of 163?
Of course you do, Witsit. Knock It Offler 24 says, I worked up a new avatar. What you think? Oh yeah, that's nice. It's an eye. And he just let the veil fall. Basil Problem says, MCToon Live, come on, this guy is a pie. Right, I think you meant Poe. Yep. He dropped the veil.
What's the veil?
With the IQ of 163. Alyssum says, poor Johnny boy having to fit me in the chat. Yeah, is that the John that was in here trolling earlier? Having a fit in the chat. Yeah. Hi, Penguin. Hi, Penguin. Hello. You wanna say hi, puppy? Penguin.
I mean,
all right.
There's a reason I address argument in centimeters and meters instead of feet and inches and ounces.
All right. What do you think? What do you think of the pupper here? Go girl, Penguin. Go puppy. There you go. All right. Let's see. You know what I should do? I should grab that video here. Just a second. I'm going to grab this video here. Oh, Donkey, you're good. You're good, puppy. Donkey craves attention. He can never get enough. There it is.
Some of us are born with high IQs, some of us are born with low IQs. At the end of the day, there are other factors to perceived intelligence. I mean, there are pure bloods, there are half bloods. I consider myself a performer, but that's not really the be all and end all of our lives.
What did you say? There's what bugs?
Oh, don't worry.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Dude, I'm not trying to brag here or whatever, just to make my point. I'm in the higher percentile of IQ. You would get demolished. I would wipe the floor with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Literally, I would demolish that dude.
You're getting destroyed, though.
I'm not trying to brag here.
Oh, okay. My 160 IQ disagrees with you.
My genius IQ.
Now I know all the answers. I have a genius IQ. I'm just saying, yeah. My genius IQ goes out the window.
They'll claim I'm stupid, claim I'm dumb, when my IQ literally proves that that's not the case. I'm not trying to brag here.
That's the veil that you
You're
drop.
just jealous.
You drop the
You're
veil.
just jealous, little boy.
You drop the
You're
veil
just jealous, little boy.
when you were mocking Winston.
I'm in the 1 percentile of the 1 percentile. You're just jealous, little man.
There you go. All right. Tyson Dog says you look south to see the sun during TFE, but on flat Earth, people in the Arctic Circle were between you and the sun. They never saw the sun on those dates, of course. Another demolition of flat Earth. Kango44 says, to the dickhead, I think you're a twat. I have personally measured the shape of the Earth. It's a globe. Prick. Read this super chat too. Well, we know where he's at now. PT Tony says people think. Hold on. People think Phairen's of Poe because no human can be this disconnected from reality and stay alive. They ignore the fact cockroaches are edible.
Listen, I cannot help my intelligence, and I'm going to be humble about this. I'm going to retain my humility and my honor, and I am not going to assume that any of you is up. I'm just shaking my IQ. It's not my fault my IQ is abnormally large. Listen, I'm not trying to use this as an ad hominem attack. I'm just saying that, statistically speaking, it's most likely that I am the most intelligent in the room here.
Oh my goodness. Here we go. Let's see. All right. Now, there we go. Another poll question coming in. Is this Mallory with a voice modulator? Because yes, because Mallory is Team Skeptic with a voice moderator. So it's Team Skeptic with 2 voice modulators. Dr. Apocalypse is MCToon. Check out the poem called Abort, Retry, Ignore. A spoof of the Raven. As a computer nerd, I think you'll appreciate it. All right. I'll look that up. We got... abort, retry, ignore, or abort,
PTG,
retry,
I am a
fail.
humble individual. I am a humble individual.
Yeah, how do you know that Phairen's humble? Just ask him. He'll tell you how humble he is. He is the humblest, right? Just tell.
That's
go ahead.
correct.
Go ahead. Yeah, there we go. That's how we know.
I'm glad you could admit that.
There we go.
These baseless allegations of me being a narcissist, an abusive narcissist, that's not true. I am humble. I'm simply trying to preach truth here. I mean, in reality, that means I'm sacrificing my time to save as many souls as possible.
Amazing.
That arguably makes me the one of, if not the most humble person on earth.
It helps if you say humblest.
Yes.
There you go.
I would say I am humblest.
Yes.
Not humbler. Not
Okay.
humble. Humblest.
All right. I'll read the first passage from Midnight Dreary. Once upon a midnight dreary, fingers cramped and vision bleary, systems manual piled high and wasted paper on the floor, longing for the warmth of bed sheets, still I sat there doing spreadsheets. Having reached the bottom line, I took a floppy from the drawer, typing with a steady hand, then I invoked the save command, but instead got a reprimand. It said, abort, retry, ignore. Amazing. Thank you, Dr. Apocalypse. Evil Producer 1 says the Victorian era called. They want their Poe back. Gangle44 says, does Phairen origin story start with his mother drinking heavily? Can you answer that one? People want to know.
Actually, my foster brother did actually have fetal alcohol syndrome, but not me. I was saved.
At least that's what you were told, right?
Well, my eyes are a normal distance apart, so.
Yeah. He's using his black hole again, maybe. When you evacuated your bowels. Stringfella Hawks is from The Simpsons. Warden, ain't no air in space. Homer, there's air in Space Museum. Basil problem. MCToon, Uncle Charlie is censoring me. Do you agree? What? Don't censor Basil problem. What did I'm scrolling up. I'm looking for any deleted comments. I don't see any deleted comments. But don't censor Basil problem. The fact that his eyes are normal distance apart does not mean they aren't crossed. Correct. Are they crossed? You know, you could turn on your camera and then people would know. You could do that. All right. Slithery says, how did Darth Vader know what Luke was getting for Christmas? He felt his presence. Oh my gosh, so bad. Slithery, that was from Slithery. So, I'm not seeing if there's something that was censored Basil problem. Just put it in again and tag me, and then I'll see it. I'll see it easier if you tag me. Leslie Rohrer says, no, he is correct. A force perpendicular to the object will change the eccentricity of the orbit. You're both wrong. The higher orbit has a greater momentum. I said it does have a greater momentum. I wasn't wrong about that, Lindsay. Leslie, I'm agreeing with you.
Did we just get debunked?
No, he. I don't know.
No. Oh no. I think there was a little bunking going on there.
It sounds just like.
Come on, admit it.
You just sound like
we're not
like Apu Napisahara Padawan. I don't know how to say his last name. What is Apu's last name? No, I'm agreeing with Leslie. The higher orbit has a greater momentum.
I think you got debunked. Do you agree that you can possibly be wrong about something?
Oh my God, I could be, certainly. Tim Davidson says, unless you like, then 8 equals D. So it's an emoticon. Unless you like, then a different emoticon. I apologize, Toon, but not for you. Not for the joke. Okay. All right, sorry. Leslie, write me a paper. Basil problem. Uncle Charlie made me cancel my membership. Thanks. What? Why are you guys? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, we were talking about speed, like linear velocity, Leslie. But all right. Jim Daniels says, MCToon live. MC, do you have the patience of a saint? I salute you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Even with a Poe. Brian Pex is having fun with the trolley-poly. Yeah. Oh no, it's Andy says, thanks for the laugh at this Poe. Algorithm says, Phairen, people who've actually won a debate never have to claim victory. That's true. But yeah, it helps. It makes it funny if you're like, if you claim you're totally winning the debate, bro. You say that. He's being a bigot in chat, says Lindsay. Okay. Well, people can be bigots. It's okay for people to be bigots and not get blocked. It's okay.
I'm not a bigot.
I-
I'm not a bigot.
Okay. If he's a twat, call him a twat, says the great Shamalama Ding Dong. That's fine. That kind of stuff is fine. We don't need to block that. That's okay. Right here.
I'm not a twat.
Well, I think that's debatable there. Chuckles. All right. So I don't know what it was the first time, but the poll is now 88% think you're a Poe. Right?
Oh, I'm glad to know that I'm a famous poet. Thank you. I just think it's incredibly easy to deflect and accuse people of fraud, which is actually a criminal offense, by the way, then to actually address their arguments.
All right,
But
so
that's just me.
No, it's not. AT2 Production says, I'm immensely curious as to what equipment Phairen used to manufacture his own multi-layer, multi-threaded CPU. Can we get an answer? Good question. How did you manufacture that CPU? And
3D printed it.
And what microarchitecture did you use? What assembly language did you implement?
I use the PMA.
So this laptop that you built yourself, which I've never heard of that, but anyway, since you built this laptop yourself, what operating system is it running?
Temple OS.
Oh my gosh. People look it up if you don't know. Oh my gosh. All right. Jim Daniels says Fram 2 was a commercial low orbit flight over Antarctica, paid for by Chung Wang. Just saying. Yep. And you know what song they were singing? Everybody Chung Wang tonight. Brian Peck says ask him to see his physics model of the Earth and the solar system. It's just a pizza. That's all it is. PhD Tony says there are two possibilities. Your guest is either Poe and deliberately lying to us all and wasting our time, or he's genuinely delusional. Well, I guess I'm happy to say he's not genuinely delusional. How about that? Is that a compliment? That's not an ad hom.
Well, thanks for admitting it.
There you go.
I'm not delusional.
You're not delusional.
Delusion.
Of those two possibilities, you're not delusional. Navy Jet Fixer says, ask the Poe if he knows what Verilog is.
Verizon?
No.
No, I do not use Verizon, no.
Verilog. Liquid Flame says, hi IQ, how many tabs do you have open right now? No?
How many tabs? Oh, sorry.
This one window right here is 30. This is probably 10 over here. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minimized, and then another couple that are not minimized. So 200-300 probably total. Earthly Skeptic says claims high IQ asked to integrate ODE Ryan. Yes, when Witsit was getting crushed by Dwayne. Is it Dwayne? Hold on. Where is it? Somewhere. No. Maybe it, hold on. That was a amazing. I don't know. It's not Dwayne.
You know what?
Daryl. That's it. Daryl. I knew it.
Liquid Flames. Yes. I know you intended that as a joke that there's high IQ research going on, but yeah. I mean, I think it stands to reason that I could consider myself not in the cringe sense, but I could consider myself a high IQ independent researcher.
Because you have so many tabs open.
I have two. I have this. I have your stream, and I have 2 scientific papers open that I read in my free time. Actually.
Oh yeah, we got the clip. It's not, didn't want to play there, but that's okay. I'll get it up here.
And in school, you did math and you could pass the test and not have to write the answers down. So why don't you tell me, how would you integrate this? What would be the proper way to integrate this?
No, dude, Ryan, why are you not moderating? Do you see that all the guy is doing is intentionally avoiding every single aspect of the actual debate and the subject, every point that I've made? He came here in complete bad faith, has played clips of me out of context, has tried to do anything but actually have a debate. And now he's like, hey, can you tell me how to do a math equation? Do you not see how this is?
You could just say,
you know why I said that?
To be fair, you could
Somehow
just say
try
no,
to get a
but
gosh on me because he couldn't even get.
And in school, you.
Oh, it's so good. Or Witsit. All right.
I like when you're losing the flat Earth debate, you instantaneously show other flat Earth debates where the flat Earthers lose.
All right. Thoughts about Electric Universe from Dell. What do you think about the Electric Universe?
Well, there's certainly electricity in the universe.
That's all we got. All right. Jimmy Madison 42 says, my job was making CPUs for Intel in the plasma ashing steps. He did not make one. Of course he did not make one. He's got a laptop. You can't even say that like you assembled your own desktop computer, right? Where you chose the motherboard and the RAM and the CPU and you put it, you actually like put them together, put the heat transfer compound on the CPU and put the heat sink on top of it and, chose your own video card and put that in. You got a laptop.
Well, my dad has an RTX 2080 Ti. So.
My dad's computer can beat up your dad's computer. M. Schendler 49 says, Joe is getting cranky. Yeah, it's getting late there. What time is it there?
Oh, is that for me?
Yes, what time is it there?
It's time for you to buy a watch.
What time is it there where you live?
Sorry, Daddy. It's 2:18.
He doesn't even live.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he can't even give us.
2:18.
Okay, got it.
It's 2:18 a.m.
Tori Hanzo, thanks for the laugh. Sadly, this kid is a bad performer. Yeah, he's getting old. Logic worklovers.com says, sounds like New Moon, the FTE golden ticket scammer. Are you New Moon? Are you Arpit Sharma?
I'm an Aries, actually, so take that as you will.
Got it. So we've got Taurius says only the most humble of narcissists needs to proclaim they're not narcissists. Yup. Nothing But Media says, I have to be honest, I had me fooled. I just thought he was a complete idiot, but then he let rip the telltale fart. Yeah. Rossi says, Phairen, I think you're a twat. Also, your arguments are wrong, but I'm not saying you're a twat is what makes your argument wrong. So I think you're a twat is not an ad hom. It's an insult. There you go.
That's merely a disagreement on definitions.
Okay. Basil Problem says, I prefer Holy C for my OS.
Well, seems like I'm making you a lot of money here. I'm incentivizing a lot of people to super chat their insults and get them read out.
You're right.
You know what? Fair play to you. You're running a business here. I'm glad to feed into.
I am. It's entertaining. It's educational. You may call it edutainment, if you would.
Right. So you said I was getting boring. So
well, I mean, yeah, you're getting in a little bit of a loop. So, I mean, once the veil's removed, then it changes it, So, all right. Leslie Rohrer says orbital velocity is inversely proportional to the square root of r. Lunar velocity 1 kilometer per second, ISS velocity 7.66 kilometers per second. All right.
That presupposes the existence of the ISS.
Yes, it does. I got some nice video of the ISS transiting the sun.
I was shown one of those images, and it seemed to just be someone had taken a silhouette of the ISS and copy and pasted it across the image in a straight line.
Yeah, but you know what? Flat Earthers have done it. You can do it yourself. So you can test it yourself. That's how you falsify it. Is you go, you get yourself a camera, you do it all right. You get the camera pointed at the ISS, at the sun or moon, at the appropriate time, and if you see it, then you see it. And if you don't, you're like, aha, wasn't there.
I had a camera, but I gave it to my sister.
Ah, what kind of camera was it?
It was a Canon something. Yeah, I can't remember. It was years ago. I asked for it back, so.
A Canon something.
Yes.
All right. So for Basil problem and Uncle Charlie, I don't know, like if whatever it is, like just don't bicker, and if you can just like block each other and then you won't see each other's comments. That's a good way to do it. If you know, I don't know, but I made Basil problem a mod so that it can't be blocked back and forth. And the big thing that I don't like on here is when people say things that YouTube will take negatively for my channel. So that's the biggest thing that I don't want people doing. So if if somebody's saying something bigoted, that's fine. Let them say it. If you think they're saying something kind of insulting, that's fine. Let them say it, because it doesn't impact the channel. Just to have some kind of mild insults or things like that. So. I think we all need to keep in mind, we all can be offended by something somebody else says that a large other group of people won't find offensive. And, find some, I don't know, find a zen, I guess, in that. I mean, you're not too far from where Zen was put together, right?
Who's Zen?
Yeah. Who's Zen? That's right. Just. All right. Oh, you know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. There we go. We're phoning a flurf. Do 2 ringy dingies.
Yeah.
3.
Yo, we get another tree speaker or what?
Hello, Mikey. You called me. I was live streaming. I'm still live streaming.
I'm trying to bug you.
Oh, all right. What are you doing?
Well, for a walk.
You going for a walk?
You betcha.
Well, that's good.
Hey, and the funny thing is, I'm south of town, and I'm looking south.
Uh-huh.
And doesn't seem to be any curve there.
Oh.
And I'm looking to the east, no curvature, and to the west, I can see the power poles for miles from the west to the east.
Amazing.
It's weird how that works. I see how I go outside and I observe natural things rather than sitting on my sore tushy tush.
Mikey,
that's how natural observations work. You know,
now,
you go outside.
Mikey, you know that I went to Antarctica.
No, I don't know that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
but anyway,
that's interesting. That's an interesting
People are glad.
you had there.
People are glad that you. Yeah, really. You can go too. People are really glad that you're at least getting exercise to keep your toe happy. How is the toe? How is the toe?
Both toes are like that.
Yeah. Are they still mangled and stuff, or are they getting better?
They're slowly healing. Yeah.
Okay. Do people?
Not that it's any concern to you.
Well, no, everybody's super concerned about your toe, Mikey.
Yeah, well, whatever. It's a toe. Who cares? Cut it off and move on.
Well, yeah, people are thinking that might have to happen here at some point.
Yeah, what happened to his toe, dude?
Why? You want to take part in that? You got a chainsaw, or what do you got?
No. All right. Can you hear? I've got somebody here with me. Can you hear them talking? Say something.
Who is that? That devil worshiper? That drunk the punk asshole?
No. It's Phairen. Phairen, say something.
Yo, dude.
Did you hear him, Mikey?
No, I did not.
Okay, I have to route the audio. Hold on a second. You
know what you're doing? You know how to run your computer?
I do, but I have to run some audio to the correct.
I build a computer.
I don't know if I can.
And who's Byron again?
Phairen.
Oh, Phairen.
Phairen, yeah. Phairen is a big fan of old school poets. Old poets.
So what is it that you do? Like, if I come on your show and like totally show you like the pictures of the firmament and the videos that I get, what do you do at that point? Do you just keep on lying or telling stories, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, we'd have a good chuckle, right?
Yeah, but we got to talk about seriousness here.
Yeah, I mean, you always talk about seriousness. You never do anything not serious.
Boo ba boo ba boo ba boo ba boo ba.
Well, I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about you. You're just a clown show. That's all that is. We're looking for proof of curvature, and we haven't found it since the beginning of time. So,
well, I mean, I did, but I mean,
yeah, well, I did. Well, no, you haven't. You've once out of what is it, 5,000 years?
No,
okay,
it's been so many times, Mikey. Oh, you're so funny.
No. It should be seeing every freaking day, guy. I should walk out in the country and see it.
You should?
But I don't.
You should?
See it on an airplane. You don't see it on an airplane. Pilots even state they don't see curvature. Come on.
Well, you need to be about
windows of screens.
You need to be about 40,000 feet to be able to see it well, and a little higher is better.
Yeah, but people see the boat go over the curvature.
Yes, that's the front to back is a lot easier to see than left to right.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Did you know that if there was a genuine window?
Do you have a brain tumor, or do you need to go to the hospital for that stuff?
Do I need what?
Do you have a brain tumor? Like,
no.
What do you think is very?
I'm pretty
logical,
good.
So.
Pretty good with the no brain tumor at this point. All right. Somebody sent me a Flatzoid as your toe.
Dude, there's a super chat. It says MCToon. Check your MCToon email.
That's what I did.
That's the super chat, yo.
Thank you, Phairen. So Mikey, I'm sorry, Mikey, I can't get the audio routed at this moment. I'm working on producing a live stream, so sometimes it gets a little bit
crazy there.
Yeah. But I am getting up. Let's see, the the photo.
So do I get half of your super chats, or?
No. No.
What about when I come on your stream? I think that should be the deal. I get half your super chats because I'm basically showing.
Mikey, when you come on my stream, you do that, and then if it works, when I drive through Saskatoon area, if I do, then as a thank you for coming on my show, I will let you buy me lunch.
You can do at least 10%, man. You can do at least 10%.
I'm not a rich YouTuber like you are.
But no. Here's the thing, Mikey. Of course, you can live stream to your platform, and I can live stream to my platform, and that's fair, right? I won't. And of course, if you want, you can even mirror the entire thing on your personal channel, and I'll give that to you no copyright issues or anything like that. So that's pretty good.
Well, not really. I don't make any money out of it.
What do you mean
Like
you don't
I
make?
said, I'm not stupid, McToon.
Mikey, you make money when you do live streams. You made money just yesterday when you did a live stream. People sent you money to buy that telescope.
Oh yeah, that was the first time in what, a year or two.
I sent you $10 even. Did you get that telescope?
Oh wow, that's crazy, man. That's like $7 Canadian. Wow, and then let alone YouTube takes their part. So now I'm down to $4.
Actually, it goes the other direction, Mikey. Actually. So, all right, let's look at this. Let's see here. USD to...
Hey, you know, from drinking all that pop, you're going to have some health issues coming up, too. You might lose your toes, too.
I don't know what you're talking
all that
about.
Pop you drink. All that tab you drink, man.
Oh. You...
all that chemicals. You're going to turn into a tab, a can of tab.
All right, so... 10.
Hey, do you in the drug show like dream about me every night or what?
Nope. So $10 American is $13.68 Canadian. And then YouTube takes their slice and you will get then $9.
Yeah, I have to pay $13 to get freaking 10 masonry dollars from you guys.
So it's $9.57 you got Canadian. So you can, you can get a lot of.
Does the government pay you, or how does that work?
No, like for example, Rossi just sent me $5 in a super chat and said, Mikey, I tried to super chat you $20 to help with your telescope purchase. YouTube wouldn't let me because I guess you have me blocked. Dude, Mikey, you lost out on $20 from Rossi. But that's okay. He gave me $5. So the universe is right.
Now I can buy a freaking tea at Tim Hortons. Yay.
So what do you like at Tim Hortons? What's good?
Oh, the honey curlers, man. Those are the tractor tires, whatever you want to call them, honey curlers. They're fantastic.
Okay.
They're the best in the world, man. You know, see, Canadians, we produce high quality stuff. You know? Yeah.
Then you laugh at that. And you know, so here, this is pretty cool. I went to the, I was at the Kennedy Space Center last month. And when I spoke at that convention, and we toured the Space Center there, and they had the actual Space Shuttle Atlantis in there. And so what they had, high quality Canadian stuff.
Hold on, you can believe what you want. I don't care less what that thing looks like.
So in the on the space shuttle there is the Canada arm, which is the arm of the space shuttle made by Canada. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, they phone us for high quality products, like I just said.
Yeah. So in fact, when I was studying CMM, capability maturity model, one of the examples of a very mature, I think it's Type 5 CMM level, is the development of the Canada arm. And after all the stuff was done, they found just one bug. At least this was what I'd read at the time, and that was something that would only happen if the Canada arm had been installed on the other side of the shuttle, which it wasn't. So that bug could never even surface.
So this
Pretty
is
cool.
a Google article you read, right?
No, this was not written by Google. It was part of the CMM
I didn't say they wrote
documentation.
It. I said you read it off of Google.
No, I read it off of my computer on the website that was not Google. Yeah.
Yeah, because everything you read in a book or on the internet is real, right? So if I said I had, 17 toes on each foot, you would just believe that,
No,
right?
I would say, well, you're going to have to provide some evidence for that, right?
Well, yeah, there you go. But I would just draw you a cartoon and you'd be good with that. Oh, there's my feet and my 17 toes.
No, but Mikey, I would just say send a picture of your toe, and then I'd get this.
Yeah, and I could create that on a computer program with some good software, and you'd be acceptable with that, right?
Mouse says, can we rename this stream to Toes and Pose? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, you guys
Toes and Pose.
You're just jealous because you don't have toes that look like mine.
I can guarantee there's no jealousy about that.
I have a bunion.
Oh, that's precious. That you have a bunion.
What's your point of going to Calgary? You're not going to Stampede? You got family in Calgary? What's
I'm
the deal?
going to Banff.
Banff, yeah.
So, and I'm looking at the route, and there's a couple routes we could take. One of them goes through Saskatoon.
Yeah, it's not far north, eh? Banff, I guess so.
I've been to Banff twice already, so this would be my third time.
Yeah, you should drive through Calgary. Go the southern way, probably easier.
So Bruce Wolford says, please ask Mikey about his lawsuit against the CSA.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I already filed the papers. I'm just waiting for the law firm to renew them and send me the link so I can pay for the services. And by the way, it's not thousands of dollars. It's only $150. So for those of you people who don't know how to do research, find out actually how much it costs, that's what it costs.
But Mikey, that's just to file it. What happens if it actually goes to court?
Well, hey, I would be delighted because I'm going to be I'll have $140 million in my bank account when I win.
But Mikey, how are you going to do the actual court proceedings? Because you don't know the proceedings. You don't know the procedure to do those. So are you going to hire a lawyer to do that?
Oh, I'll be represented in court by a lawyer.
Okay,
I have.
But you have to pay them.
I'm not able to afford one, so one will be representing me.
But no, this isn't a criminal offense where you're accused of a criminal thing. This is a civil suit that you are filing. You don't get a free lawyer for that. You don't get a free lawyer for that.
It doesn't matter. I'm not worried about it. Okay.
But if it goes to court, how will you do it?
Why would they want to go to court? They've been conspiring about space since 1989.
Mikey, they're gonna. First of all, they're probably just gonna laugh at you. But if it actually went to court,
I'm with Mikey on this one.
I wouldn't be worried about it.
Ooh, Phairen is with you, Mikey.
I would probably laugh all the way there.
But Mikey, what would happen is if it ever went to court, then you would need to do the things in court that a lawyer has to do in court, but you don't know how, and you don't get a free lawyer to file a civil suit.
Well, how come I've already done it?
All right, so yeah, you're right, to the filing. But when there's the actual arguments and things in court, you don't get a free lawyer for that. You need to do it yourself, but you don't know how to do that.
I'm representing myself, exactly.
But you don't know how, so it'll instantly fail.
How do you assume that?
Mikey, I know you don't know how to be a lawyer. You haven't passed the bar.
Well, why would I need to?
Because there's procedures that you need to do, and the people that pass the bar know how to do it. People that don't know how to do things in court, doing things in court is hilariously funny. Because the judge is like, well, here's what we're here today to do. And the people that don't know what to do in court are like, oh, but I want to do this. And the judge is like, that's not why we're here. Moving on.
That sounds good to me. I will wait for proof of space.
Case dismissed. That's what would happen. The judge would say, okay, well, you didn't. No, Mikey. You of course
MCToon,
never win.
You're not thinking, boy. I have proof of the firmament.
No,
okay,
you don't.
I don't know why you're ignoring this factual information, buddy.
You don't have proof of the firmament. You've got
absolutely.
You've got a picture that you don't understand.
It's too easy to record, pal. You've never gone outside to do anything, and so how would you know?
JSS Tiger says, Mikey, please go to court and make sure it's on YouTube. That would be sheer entertainment. So, Mikey, this is good. Can we make it?
It's illegal to record court cases. Whatever.
Yeah, but can we do it so you live stream through a camera on a button or something? Can we crowdfund this?
Yeah, you go ahead. You take all your super chats and throw it my way, and I'll wear a pair of spy glasses. Whatever you want.
I don't believe in the firmament.
I'll even wear a T-shirt that says "Support MCToon," that piece of shit.
That's a good shirt. All right, Astro Kate is asking, is Center Bakery in Assiniboia a good? Is it Assiniboia?
Yes.
Okay, is it good? Is Center Bakery good?
That's your favorite word, is ass. At Cinnaboya.
Not true, but is your I'm not the one that lives in that town. That's
Where's
you.
Brenda? Is she watching?
I don't know where Brenda is.
I don't know why that matters to me, but
I don't either. That's
I'm just saying hello to people. That's all.
yeah. Just saying hello to people. All right.
Hey, you know, if it wasn't for me, you and Flat Earth the Bunk Show would not have any content, would you?
Oh, no, I mean, we
You
would.
don't know how to produce your
We
own
would.
content.
We would have less options, but that I'm willing to take that hit.
Okay, so take your cell phone. Can you do this for me? You take your cell phone. No fisheye lens. No GoPro. Take your cell phone.
Yeah.
Multiple times up into an airplane, and you show me the curvature with your cell phone.
And then what?
And then come back down and show it to me.
Airplane windows are LED screens. Airplane windows are LED screens.
Because you won't be able to do it. See, we've done that multiple times, Flat Earthers.
Okay.
So,
would you? So the problem is you won't accept it, Mikey. If I were to give you cell phone,
If it's legit, of course I would. But you would probably enhance it by your Amazon Studios or whatever you want to use for your backdrop to your
but Mikey,
Antarctica trip. So.
people have done that and you reject it. So nobody thinks that you're honest.
Nobody thinks you're honest.
Oh, Brenda is here. Brenda is in the chat
hello,
right
Brenda.
now. There you go. I want to try to get this route. The problem with the routing is that the audio routing is having the input into Chrome be.
Why can't you just play him on the speaker or whatever?
Oh, here, hold on. I might be able to do
I'm
it.
afraid we do disagree about the firmament.
Take your
We do
earbud
disagree
out
about
and
the
play
firmament.
through the computer.
All right, I think it's doubled now.
Or stick it up your anus or something, one of the two.
We don't want that. Okay. I'm going to try something. One more. This might do it.
Oh, here, I'm
Just a
walking
second.
around. I should be watching you as I'm walking here. What the hell?
You should, yeah. Hold on a second. I'm going to.
Look, if airplane windows were actually windows, then the airplane would explode because of the positive pressure inside. The pressure differential would be too great, so airplanes can't actually have. They can't have windows. So.
All right, Mikey, did you hear that?
What?
I don't think Mikey heard you. I was trying.
Oh, there's.
I'm trying, but it's not working. To route
I
it
can hear
in.
you. Oh, you still got that guy?
Oh, here, hold on. To Chrome. All right. All right. Do I still got that guy? What? What was your question, Mikey?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. Phairen, try to say something again.
No, I am actually clinically a genius. Like I'm a genius, like clinically.
But I can hear him.
You can hear him?
Just barely.
Just barely. There we go. He can just barely hear you.
Yo, Mikey. You know, I'm with you on this one, honestly.
Good for that. Keep going.
Look, I'm also.
Yeah, he says clinically a genius. Okay, keep talking. Yeah.
Look, we disagree about the. Of all things, we disagree about the firmament. Like, but we can have a. The thing is, the difference between us and globeheads is that we can have a civil discussion about such a thing.
Oh, yeah, well, too bad. I've recorded it, so good luck.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, but the thing is, I've actually recorded it multiple times, so I'm going to have to disagree with whether it's real or not. But I've actually recorded it, so.
Okay, well, I honestly believe that the firmament is just like brain rot. It's like absurd. So that's extraordinary claim, and I require extraordinary evidence for that. So if you could provide a video proof, then
there's a really bad time delay.
Yeah. The routing. I had to do the routing a little funny. So.
Well, you have to go to my channel and watch them. I've got multiple videos.
Yeah, they're pretty funny. You should have a look. It'll be a good laugh. All right, I'm going to undo that because it was causing some bad looping, I think. So, all right. Anyway, Mikey. All right, is Phairen? Can you say something again? We'll see if it sounds okay.
Yo, no, I wasn't saying that I was right because I was a genius. I was saying I'm a genius and I'm right.
So when you come here, the deal is, huh? Yeah. He's starting to look.
What's the deal?
It's like he's almost on the moon talking to the White House.
All right, what's the deal? Where are you gonna pay for my lunch as we drive through?
No. See, that's where all your super chats have to go. You can take me out for lunch.
What? No. Right. Remember, I said I would let you buy me lunch. I'm so nice.
He said Mario's.
Can I come?
Yes.
Maybe
all the
we can
way
make
from
this a double day.
All the way from where?
We can make this a double day.
Well, Mikey might like that.
You know, I'm in need of a father figure, and I think we could make something work.
All right, Mikey, do you want to be a father figure to Phairen? Mikey.
Yo, I think he's expired, yo.
I think his...
Oh, yeah? As my son, he would have to accept that I recorded the firmament.
Oh, my gosh. So he's listening to the YouTube stream, not to the phone call.
Oh, my goodness. That is hacked. That is scuffed.
Yep. That's so he can hear you, Phairen. Anyway.
What is that, like 12 different
it's kind of hard to listen to both.
or something?
I don't know. Anyway. Go. Okay, Mikey, please be Phairen's Flurf Daddy. There we go. We've got some requests from the audience. Let's see here. Mr. Mad Hatter for $5 says I can only be insulted by someone whose opinion I respect. That's true. That's a good one. Basil Problem says the pole dancer was definitely looking at Mikey. She was mesmerized. It would be 5 seconds before Mikey hears it. Navy Jet Fixer has a super chat with Dirth's face. Or is that a potato?
A pole dancer. Yeah. We lock eyes,
I want to
man.
read the super chats.
Stringfella Hawk says Toes and Pose would make a great band name. Dr. Apocalypse says I'd say Phairen has the IQ of an amoeba, but that's disparaging to single-celled life forms as they can multiply and divide without a calculator.
That's an ad hominem attack.
Yes, it is. Or an insult. Navy Jet Fixer says, Mikey, what part of internet has the truth about flat Earth?
I think Mikey's all that's needed.
You guys are funny.
It's always the delay. Astrocate says, ask Mikey if Center Bakery in Assiniboia is good. Already did that. And Basil Problem says, let's revisit this. Is Phairen a liar or a Poe? And
I am the preacher of truth.
Or stupid was the question, actually. So liar, Poe, liar, stupid, or Poe, and I'm going with quoting the Raven. Rizzo Gorder says, has Mikey figured out how to get from Regina to Lake Titicaca yet?
Yeah, I'm hearing everything twice.
I know. Well, turn off the YouTube and then you can just hear the call. But anyway.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, that's better. Yeah. Okay.
Wow, it's amazing.
Yeah. So I've never been to the bakery, and what was the other question?
Yeah. So, yeah. Do you know how to get from Regina to Lake Titicaca?
Where's that?
It's in South America.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah. So, actually, a question for you, Mikey.
Yeah.
Why have you never been to the let's see, where is it? I'm looking for the town you live in.
Yeah, it's south of Moose Jaw.
South
West
of
of Regina.
South
Just
of
above
Moose
north,
Jaw.
the Montana border, literally an inch from there.
How far south of Moose Jaw?
Oh, an hour. It's just across the border above Montana. We're above north of Montana. North is not up and south is not down.
Correct. Good job. All right, so here's Moose Jaw.
So you agree that Antarctica is on the southern edge, not down.
Yeah, but people in common parlance say down when they mean south. So
yeah, but it's not down.
you're right. Yeah, people should never use that kind of language ever. All right, I'm not finding Assiniboia.
Oh, it'll be just a
I'm
little
reading
dot.
the super chat.
Oh my gosh, you're whining. All
We're
right,
north of Montana. No, yeah, Montana.
I'm
It's like
looking.
the Montana border.
There's a town West Poplar and a town East Poplar and a town Redgeway that are just north of the border. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Oh, you're not that close to the border. All right, here it is.
Well, it's an hour's drive.
You said an inch. Assiniboia, there it is. Okay, so where's a good place to eat then? Where are you gonna?
Well, nobody. Trifons. But you're
Okay.
not driving through here. This is
No,
a
we're
shitty
driving
town.
through. We drive through Moose Jaw, so you'd have to come up to Moose Jaw.
Yeah, Regina, Moose Jaw.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll find a place for you to. Right. Let's see. Let's look for Tim Hortons.
Yeah, that'll be in Moose Jaw, yeah. There's 3 of them there, I think. Yeah, 3.
There's 3. Yep. How do you? That's amazing that you know that there's 3 Tim Hortons in Moose Jaw. You are.
Oh, I know this. I know
You
this
are
country.
so Canadian.
I drove trucks, so I know this damn country.
You're so Canadian. Well, there's 4. There's one south of Moose Jaw.
Yeah, well, there's 1, 2.
At the looks
Well, yeah,
like at Bushnell Park at this Bushel Park.
There's 4?
Yeah.
There should be only 3.
By the
There's one on Main Street, one in the north, one in the south.
9th Avenue Southwest there. Yep. There we go. All right. Well, Mikey.
Yeah. It's been a blast, man.
Yeah. Amazing.
I'm
Mikey.
reading the super chat.
Are
right,
you
there's-
busy yet from spinning?
There's no super chats for you to read. You can read the next one.
Who, me?
Okay.
What did it say?
No, because Phairen wants to read a super chat.
Oh.
Yeah. Moose Jaw
What does it say
455
again?
in Bowie, Regina.
I want to be a YouTuber, so.
Regina, not south. Is
On-
Mikey close to Regina?
On Flat Earth, you can see every Tim Hortons.
Yeah, that's weird. Hey, did you know there's 70 kilometers between Moose Jaw and Regina, and there's literally no curvature there. You can see from from city to city. You know that?
Amazing.
Yeah. Again, there's no curvature. It's amazing how that happens. You know, just natural observations. I'll show you when you come here.
Did someone send a super chat for me to read?
There, Astral Kate did.
Can I read it?
Go ahead.
Which one is? This is a super chat.
Yeah.
Bowel movements. Oh,
What is this? Bowel movements are fun. Yeah, aren't they?
Mikey read it before you. You let Mikey read it.
Or you eat some poutine.
damn you, Mikey. Mikey,
right.
you're not my daddy no more, Mike.
All right, so there's the route we would probably take. So Punchy's in Winnipeg. I don't think we'd go through Winnipeg.
No, Winnipeg's that's out of your way.
But yeah, we'd go.
Yeah, go through Fargo, North Dakota, and head up through Estevan,
Moose Jaw.
Saskatchewan.
There you go. Moose Jaw, Calgary. And then there we go. And Robbie Davidson, Mikey?
Yeah.
Evil Producer
Yeah,
01 says,
he used to live in Regina. He went to school in Regina, and then he lives in Edmonton right now, doesn't he?
I think that's correct. So I mentioned to him, or he heard that I was going, and he's like, "Oh, if you're going to be there, maybe we can meet." Because I bought his book. It's up on the shelf here that he wrote when he was a flat earther. He's no longer a flat earther. He's escaped. He's escaped.
Yeah, no, he hasn't escaped. He's gone dumb. He's gone dumb.
All right.
Because he's in it for the money.
Hey, Mikey.
He's in it for the money, honey.
Mikey, is the sun up there still?
Yeah, of course. It's not far from you. It's not up. It's actually going further away, actually, right now.
Impossible on
It's not
flat
going
earth.
down anywhere.
Anyway, Mikey, it's been great.
You just can't handle the facts. You get frustrated with all the facts.
Well, how you doing? Well, I don't know. I'm stupid. I don't
Okay,
have no
we're
education.
spinning, and the sun is going down, and then it'll come up around the curve. Nothing that I observe with my natural eyes.
As predicted on the globe. Amazing. Okay. Anyway, anything else?
Yeah. No, have fun with all my super chats there.
All right. I just got to know when you're in court, if it ever happens, I want to be there. You got to let us all know when it's going to happen.
I will give you detail by detail as it happens.
Like no, I'll come. I'll come be there. I want to come watch it in person with my own eyeballs.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'll give you the date, even if we go there. But that would be a very stupid thing for them to do.
Who doesn't want attention?
Amazing. Yeah, you're right. Okay, Mikey, it's been real. It's been fun, but it's not been real fun.
It's been fake on your side, but it's been real on mine. But
all right.
Yeah, don't. You can remove the party doll from your bed with my face on it. So you can
No,
just get rid of that now.
Mike, Drunk Debunk, he's got the Mikey Smith voodoo doll in his
party
bed.
Party doll, yeah.
Not me. I just.
Hey, we got to talk for 35 more seconds. I don't want to end on 33 minutes here.
What? Oh, you don't?
Yeah, I don't want to. So we're going to talk.
All right.
for
Well,
25
bye,
more
Mikey. It's
seconds
been
here.
fun. Bye.
No, Mikey.
It was on 33 minutes.
Oh man, that's like censorship, yo.
Mikey, you know what? Mikey, what do you have to say about that?
Well, how you doing? Well, I don't know. I'm stupid. I don't have no education.
All right, Mikey. You say so.
That's slander.
No, Mikey said it himself. It's not slander.
Yeah, but that's out of context, so that's slander, dude.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. We got. Oh, you got one for you to read.
Dude, I think Mikey has another lawsuit on his hands in the second tier.
Sure, you bet.
For Phairen only to read. I'm just another foolish flat earth truther.
Oh, he didn't
Because I'm
read it.
telling the truth. You know, I may be a bit of a fool sometimes, but I'm telling the truth.
All right. Man. All right. I love this. I love this one here. Hold on.
So,
You go on the same. Look at you. What are you, like 12?
subscribe to my channel.
Wow,
I
you
go
already
against Jaren. I know
You
truth
lost.
because
I've been
blah,
going
blah,
against
blah.
Jared.
That's my favorite. Anyway, I forgot to play this one as the exit.
What time is it? Yo. You should have like karaoke up in there.
All right. Byron, it's been real. I appreciate that the veil dropped. Oh, let's get the end of the poll here since the 160 IQ thing. Votes.
You can't.
Poe, 83% yes, 16% no.
Look, I can't help that I'm the smartest fucking person in this entire live stream. Okay, like I was just born that way. Okay.
Born that way, of course. Anyway, all right, it's been great. You want to go? You want to leave, or do you want me to end it? I don't know. I'm gonna play the outro song, which has definitely got to be Humbly Bro. So everybody, tomorrow I'm going to be live reviewing something with Max, and then going to be switching to just his channel to help promote his channel. So that's going to be tomorrow night. So everybody, we'll see you then. Bye.
All right, peace. Peace out. Earth is flat.
Flat Earth, get ready for the hype, bro. Ace algebra in school, honors 2, bro. Gravity's a lie, yeah. I'm in the zone, bro. Electrostatics, that's the real deal, bro. They say the Earth's a globe, but that ain't right, bro. I'm the best flat Earth debater, bro. Humbly, opposition ain't on my level, so but let's not get too technical, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. So funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. Our model, though not defined in full, bro, is superior. Your model's falsified, bro. Van de Graaff generator, electrostatics a maze, bro. May objects change weight, just a phase, bro. 100 volts per meter electric field, you know, bro. Flipped it with 400,000 volts, whoa. Small bits loaded, defying gravity like totally, bro. Next I'll rub a cat to a brick the show, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. So funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. MCToon and Globers, you can't deny, bro. Wits it gets, it's here to testify, bro. Most times I don't remember you exist, yo. I'm the flat earth king, you better believe it's so. Moon phases are like a magnetic cycle, bro. Center of a ferrocell, image magnets glow, bro. Charge up and down, etherically displaced, yo. Kinematic equivalence explains it all somehow, bro. It might sound tough, but let's skip details, yo. You might believe I have an amplitude for math, ho. It's all just a lot of salad in my words, yo. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. And what happened is they brought in Einstein to totally save the physics redefined, to flip physics all on its head, bro. To keep Earth moving around the sun, you know. And in the magnetic torus field, I say the path of planets fits perfectly. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. If this debate was a rap battle, I would have totally won, bro.